Hello, hello, hello. Morning, evening, afternoon, everyone. Hopefully, you're all doing well this Saturday. Yeah, hopefully, you're all doing well this Saturday. It's been very. It's been okay. This Saturday has been okay, I think. I think it's been okay. Has it? I mean, yeah, I suppose it has. Um, yeah, so, obviously, we're a bit early today. But I mean, I did mention this that yesterday that today I do want to try and cover 3.6 and 3.7 for when we, continue doing the Amphoreus talk. Because, yeah, it's been a week. And I wasn't, thinking of talking about Amphoreus for a whole goddamn week. So, yeah, that is, um, that is the reason why we're here this early. Because surely more or less, let's say like 5 hours, because I have to end stream around 9:30. I'm pretty sure, yeah, 9:30. So yeah, that's also another reason why we're early, because I have to I had to end today earlier too. But yeah, like 2.5 hours should be enough for both, like each side. Although that being said, technically 2.6 is not that. I don't think 2.6 is that long to go over, right? 2.7's, yeah, make up the time. But yeah, okay, so let's see, chat, let's see. So, wait, hold up. Am I capped? Uh, there's a 44 minutes, and okay, so I shouldn't be capped if that's at 44 minutes. Yes. Now the question is, what am I farming? I guess I'm farming Siren stuff, right? Because I need to hit that 180. Because technically, all my teams are still not really benefiting from Siren's passive, right? Because she hasn't hit 180 speed. So yeah, we need to hit that 180. Slightly early. I mean, I did say it will be slightly early today. And surely we'll be able to go through 2.6, 3.6, 3.7. So don't think I'm going to, let's say, stall too much, because they are going to be, they're going to take some time. Let's see. What else I need to do? I guess let's see, was there any announcements since yesterday? Oh, wait, I know there's one ZZZ thing. What up? Because ZZZ did a character announcement, right? Um, I think apart from that, let me check. I don't believe so. I don't believe there was like any other announcements apart from that. Zhao animations. I have no idea what you're talking about. All I know is that they announced Zhao. But yeah, we'll look at the Zhao announcement in a sec. Um, yeah, that's the only thing that was announced. I think. Yeah, that's the only thing that was announced. Okay. There doesn't seem like anything else was announced. Although I've seen, let's say, she's a 5-star. Well, we'll see. Um, although I've seen, like, let's say, people play Where Winds Meet. I think it released yesterday, right? And, like, I don't know if it's just me, but the game seems just okay. I don't know. I saw like gameplay of it and like for some time this morning, and I don't know, it just seemed fine, right? It didn't, to me, it didn't really look like it had like anything too interesting. Maybe I'm just insane, but it doesn't feel like it had anything too interesting to me. So I don't know, like I don't know. I think of maybe I just try it off stream just to see how it is. But yeah, I don't know. Because I was like hearing like good things about it, that it's apparently like pretty good. But there's all gameplay of it and like so stuff around it, and I don't know, it looks okay. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know, it just looks okay. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Do I need to do anything in CZN or Salasora? Not really, because I already covered that. Okay. Although I think the new Salasora character is out on Monday. I think is when the new Salasora character comes out. So Monday might be a quick pulling session for that. CZN free ramping. All right, there was like also like a CZN like emergency stuff, right? Yeah, there was like an emergency like patch for CZN. If I recall. Hold on, let me find if I can see if I can find this. It should be in the main website, right? Okay, just freaking load. Okay, I don't care. Let's see, news. 11:14. Yeah, it should be this. And I guess while that loads, for some reason it's loading. I guess let's look at this. Oh, is it done already? Oh, okay. That the farming was done faster than I thought. Okay, so I mean, as Natural has mentioned, yeah, I guess Zhao was announced for 2.5, which is, I suppose, not surprising, right? Since out of all of the characters from season 2 that we've seen, Zhao is one of the few characters that hasn't been released yet. The other one being Damien. So Damien, Zhao, and I guess Ye Shangguang, right? Are the only characters that haven't been released so far. So it's, I guess, not too surprising that it's, she's coming out next. Uh, I don't know. If the other character for 2.5 is who I think it is, which it should be Ye Shangguang, right? She's most likely going to be a skip. Where's Shangguang then? It's probably going to be tomorrow that she'll be drip marketed, since ZZZ HSR drip market one character every day. So she'll be drip marketed tomorrow, most likely. And that also means she's probably second banner, Ye Shangguang, and Zhao's first banner. Which is arguably a good thing, because then you can, have more time to save up polychromes so you can pull her. Because I'm pretty sure a lot of people are excited about her, especially after the reveal in the ZZZ 3 2.4 trailer, right? So yeah, so let's see. Since you're here, how about we cut a deal, Zhao? You're calling these shady dennies of unknown origins a gift of destiny. How romantic! But destiny ain't some poor fool you can push around and take whatever you want from. It only gazes upon worthy souls to bestow its rewards. On the contrary, it will also reclaim everything from the unworthy. Do you think you have enough chips to make face judgments? She is cute though. She is cute though. Zhao. Like, she looks cuter than what her than what how she kind of looked like when they showed all the characters. Right? Her mother's actually not that bad. Like a little plushie in the battlefield. Yeah. What is she supposed to do? I do not know. Hold up, let's see. So what is she exactly? Okay, I do like how she has a giant weapon, a weapon that's as big as her. That I do like that aesthetic, right? When a small character just has a giant weapon. Ice Defender. She is an Ice Defender, and since she's animated, she's like definitely an S rank. Hmm. When was the last time we had a Defender character? A S rank defender character. Because I know Panyan, who was a is a defender, but you know he's a 4 star. Uh was it Caesar? Yeah, it was Caesar. Caesar was like the only other 5 star defender character. Hmm. And I guess the unique thing about Caesar was that what she gave you a shield, which gave you interrupt resistance, and what it also did apply a defense shred, right? Hmm. I wonder if that would be similar in that case, right? Where she maybe might give you a shield or something to, let's say, protect you while debuffing the enemy. Uh, if anything, considering season 2 has all been predominantly been about Rapture, I'm assuming she might like support Rapture characters, right? Yeah, she might support Rapture characters. Okay, I mean we'll see. We'll see. Because if yeah, okay. Even though like I said that she's good and all right, I don't. Let's say I don't have the desire to really pull for her, so I think it's fine. I think it's good that she's like first off. It increases the chance of getting the Ye Shenguang, who should be drip marketed tonight. Okay, so what the hell is this about? What the hell are they doing? Fucking CZN. Safe for ZZZ May. I wouldn't really say that Ye Shenguang is like CZZ May, right? Because technically we've seen CZZ May already, right? In the uh trailer with all the Void Hunters. No. There's not like sausage. Like we saw. Where is the freaking video? Here. Because she appears on the sides right here. Where is it when they appear? Yeah. Because technically, she looks more like um, like a ZZ Mei, right? Rather than Ye Shenguang, right? Well, to me anyway, she looks more. She would fit more that role. But God knows when the hell we're gonna see these keepers, void hunters. Sorry, because yeah. I mean, supposedly we're gonna meet one of them soon, right? According to that talk from the developer. Never. Hmm. Better be not never, because I actually do like a lot of their designs, right? We're obviously not gonna see the Sword Master, right? Because well, she kind of dead, and Miyabi has role, right? I do want to see Sunbreaker because, I mean, she's very much HOV coded, right? Like with the eyes, like design wise, right? It's like very much HOV coded. Joyce also doesn't look that bad, if I'm being honest. He's not too bad, right? And also like the giant mech at the back here, right? This guy, like the Void Hunters are actually not too bad. And then this guy, I mean, he has no head, so he can't give you head, but it's a unique design, if anything. HF3 coded. Okay, shut the fuck up. Okay. So let's see, what the fuck is this that they're doing? Updates, additional event for Dimension Sun and the. Okay, I'm considering this is the seasonal chaos, right? Which I still haven't touched. Because I'm trying to freaking work on Yuki. Acquisition of forbidden cards is seen increased. Okay. Is this everything? Yes, this is everything. Okay. Because I think they announced it here. Yeah. Okay. Because I did read this, but this is like the actual changes they're doing. I wonder if they're gonna buff Yuki, because a lot of people have been saying that Yuki's not that great. I do like the way Yuki plays, even though her damage isn't that great. Because if I compare the damage that I can do with Yuki in comparison to the damage I can do with Haru, yeah, yeah. Maybe because she's AoE against single target content. Maybe, but some of her cards do like increase damage if there's the one target, right? I think I can't remember. Also, I guess it also kind of doesn't help that what she technically doesn't really have a set to use, right? I guess it's that inspiration set, but I wouldn't really say it's that good, right? Because isn't the optimal set for Yuki using like 20% crit damage, 20% attack, and 20%, I think, of the increased damage on agony, right? So I don't feel like she has, let's say, like a dedicated set to use. So let's see. Difficulty of level 0 will be further expanded. Some more difficulties. So you get, okay, sure. Chaos orbs will be added to the rewards, right? Because you couldn't get chaos orbs before, right? Since chaos orbs is what you need to, upgrade your codex. And if you only did the seasonal chaos, uh, seasonal thing, Jesus Christ, I can't remember. Yeah, seasonal chaos, you couldn't get any, right? Because you had to choose either you either did the seasonal one or if you did just the zero system. But okay, I mean it's like nice that they're adding it, right? No more rare species will not appear. Penalty rules will be updated. Some unidentified choice rewards have been improved before 3 degrees stress. Okay, I feel like you care more about stress in the early game than you do when you get later on, right? Because later you just like, okay, they're gonna fall into like trauma anyway. Fuck it, right? Random epiphany. Okay, that is much better than just 3 stress. Um, increase max HP by 20. Trigger the Alien Epiphany. Okay. Convert one common card to legendary neutral. Increase stress by 5 and trigger Epiphany. Okay. Select one duplicate card from 3 random rare or higher cards. Okay. I feel like the buffs are like very significant. No, like 3 epiphanies and 1 duplicate. That's a that's a very much of an increase. A strong increase. Let's see. Unidentified areas, choice. Okay, so it's just like improved rewards too. Okay. Equipment adjustment. Okay, so this is just like improving things. Oh, using 20% shield gain. When drawn with ability, increases damage amount by 20% for 1 turn. Okay, I'm assuming this is meant to like be for Yuki, right? When drawn with ability, increase the damage of amount. Yeah, I'm assuming that's meant to be for Yuki. When there's 4 more cards, increase damage amount by 30. Okay. So it looks like they are, let's say, quote unquote, buffing Yuki in by buffing some of the seasonal stuff rather than buffing the cards itself. Oh wait, hold up, some memory fragments. Okay, so they're improving sets. The upgraded cards are used increased damage amount for the next passion cards by 20. Okay. When card is exhausted, increase damage or void. Okay. And there's 4 more cards in hand, increase damage by instinct cards by 20. Is that gonna be enough? The 5% increase. I don't know if that's gonna be enough, but we'll see. Error fixes. Okay, so they didn't do like any direct Yuki buffs at all in this. Because supposedly the devs know that Yuki is like underperforming. So I mean, I guess we'll see if like they do anything. I feel like they might not do anything, right? And then Yuki will just say she is, right? Which I guess we'll see. We come probably like 1 or 2 weeks, if I'm being honest. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, I don't think there's like anything else? Yeah, okay, no, I don't think there's anything else. That was like announced on anything. Okay. Did I get anything useful here? Oh my god, I found the wrong set. This is the wrong set. That is not Cyrene set. Oh, okay. Oh, good. That's a waste of 240. Okay, that's annoying. Okay. And how good are we here, by the way? Do I? I mean, do I? How good is the light cone? How good is her light cone? Hmm. I may be stupid if I do this, but technically, hold on. Let me just read it. Increase wearer speed by 18 whenever the wearer uses skill consumes all items his HP equals to 1% of current HP. They do, and whenever the member was 18% increased. It is pretty good. How did Sarija rewrite laws if Iron Tomb still got born? The thing that Sarija rewrote was that if the Arrow Nova didn't go as how it's meant to, or let's say someone interfered with it, uh, it was meant to kill everyone. So it would have been like a mutual self-destruction of everything. That's what specifically Sarija rewrote. But that's more in 2.6. That's where you learn more about what Sarija actually did in 2.6. Fuck it. What is wrong with me? But if we just hit, it doesn't matter. Like what is actually wrong with me? It's like I can't help myself. Hmm. I might need help. Hmm. I mean, that's all our pulls, right? If nothing happens, nothing happens. Yeah, nothing happens. Oh no. I mean, no. Wait, hold up. We can do one more 10 pull. I think. Yes, we can do one more 10 pull. And then that's it. Then we do no more pulls for the rest of the. Probably until 4.x. God damn it, nothing. Really? Okay. Yep. That's it, chat. That's it, chat. I am still. I am ill. That was like 50 pulls, by the way. I mean, that just means the next light cone that we go for in 4.x will be good for it. That's all that means, chat. That's all that means. Holy shit. Why the hell did I just do that? Hmm. Why on earth did I just do that? Okay, let's see. So, I guess let's go to... Amphoreus and specifically go to... I mean, we don't really have to go to anywhere specifically, but let's go to the... Is it this place? Yeah, it is this place. Is this the last one? Hold up, what? This doesn't seem right. Okay, wrong map. Wrong map. Where is the map I'm looking for? Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay. Oh, give me one sec. Let me turn something off quickly. Okay. Let's see. So, chats. 2.6. I guess let me freaking bring this up. Let me go get the corresponding live stream. Nope, that's the wrong thing. Okay. Two point six. I guess this one. These are the ones. Yeah. 2.5. How the hell did 2.5 end again? Hold up, let me think. Okay. Yes, it'll be this one. Who's Advonite? Did we see how Hycelins throws Ligers? We did, because she. I mean, you don't see it exactly, but they essentially tell you that Hycelins essentially put herself to sleep to put Ligers to sleep, right? To put his physical body to sleep, right? That's why, when we wake up Hycelins in the last part of Amphoreus, Ligers also, actually starts physically moving, right? Because before then, Ligers was just moving things about, but as a hologram, right? He himself couldn't physically do anything. Yeah, it'd be this one, right? Okay, this be from here. And this is. And this is. Where is it? Let me find the right points. Oh, this. Okay, so this is the first one. Okay, found myself. How did Cyrene trap Ligers after a loop fight? It's not that Cyrene trapped Ligers. It's more that we ourselves trapped Ligers, right, by using the power of remembrance. We used the power of remembrance, which was already effective on Amphoreus, to keep repeating the moments, and that's how we looped Ligers in that fight. I mean, it's shown in the video now. In the where is it? Oh, what the hell is he? No, that's 2.4. What's 2.5? Yeah. You see it in the short animation in the end that we are the ones that looped Ligers. What the hell is it? I reckon none of the fight starts a bit earlier. But what happened after then? What? After the fight, after we loop Ligers? That's where 2.6 starts. And that is where 2.6 starts. The after then. After the Cyrene, after the Ligers gets trapped. That is where 2.6 starts from, if I recall correctly. Yeah. That is exactly where 2.6 starts from. Because, yeah, 2.6 has, like, some moving parts, right? Because you can see here, right, of how, like, they've set it out. They have it like this, and then they have, like, 3 sections, which happen at the same time. But I guess what we're interested in is the first parts. Because, like, it literally says, like, after saying goodbye to Hysens and committed to vision Air Nova, yeah. This is where it starts. Okay. So I guess 2.5 ended with what? Us, I guess, getting a more of an understanding of Cereja and Hycelands, fighting Ligers, right? Because, you know, Ligers wants the Amphoreus to continue as it should be to complete Iron Tomb's, I guess, formation. And us, not wanting that, right? But we need to complete the Aeronova because we've the geniuses have already modified the, I guess, Thalton's law to prevent Ligas, to prevent the creation of Ionton, right? So that's what's essentially happening right now. So that's essentially what happened, right? And although, Iceland and Trailblazer aren't the weakest, right? Because they're not really weak. Ligas still technically had, the advantage, right? But with the power of remembrance and with the help of Cyrene, we essentially put Ligas in the loop, right? But at the same time, yeah, we essentially put Ligas in the loop. But by putting Ligas in the loop, we also were put in that loop, right? When we kept fighting Ligas, and then when we looked like we were about to lose, we went back to the start and kept fighting Ligas, and back to the start and kept fighting Ligas, and then back to the start, right? And then Ligas realized this, right? And then essentially stopped the attack and went to the Exomyth and found Screwlum, Herta, and I think Cyrene in the Exomyth, right? And they found them in the Exomyth. And it's just about, how everything is. They're essentially taking up Lycus' time and then giving us opportunities to, carry on the Aeronova. Thanks for the 8 ads right away. No problem. No problem. So I don't know why I even got 8 ads. Because technically, pre-roll should be off. I mean, it should be off. Hold up. Let me check. Yeah, pre-roll is off. Yeah, pre-roll's off. So I'm not sure why you even got any. Fuck you. Well, okay. Okay, let's see. I don't know what you want me to say. Like, what? So, yeah, so that's essentially where 2.4 starts off from, right? Because I guess the main, sorry, not 2.4, 2.5 ends off, right? Is that they're starting to, I guess, talk about how it's not just destruction and erudition that are, let's say, starting to take active roles in Amphoreus. That remembrance is now starting to take a more active role and interest in Amphoreus. Because even though let's say we've known that remembrance, let's say, was interested in Amphoreus, or let's say has been paying attention to Amphoreus, they've just been acting as as an observer, right? They haven't really done anything. But now they are actually being active. They're actually taking like an active action towards Amphoreus, right? So that's kind of like the big reveal at the end of 2.5. At 3.5, and apart from the true identity of Ligers, of him being Xander, who was the first genius, who is the creator of Noose. So 2.5 essentially kind of like starts off from there, right? Where okay, Ligers is not here, so we have like we have the opportunity to start the Aeronova, right? We have the opportunity to start the Aeronova, and yeah. we have the opportunity to start the Aeronova, which is technically what we want to do. Because if we start the Aeronova, the Genius's code will, affect Iron Tomb, which will then, push back the progression of his development. And yeah, so that's what we want to happen. How did they trap Lagers in the Exomyth? It's not that they trapped Lagers in the Exomyth. It's more like Lagers spotted that there was, let's say, invaders, quote unquote, in the Exomyth, right? Because he was being looped, right? So he went to check the Exomyth, which is technically kind of like a weak point in a way, right? Because it's kind of like you could ask, like, you can say like it's a center point, right? To for Lagers. Yeah, because like literally like it's here, right? That we couldn't stand against Xander alone, but the geniuses and Siren acted in time, wielding the power of remembrance to drive him back. Yeah. So that's how he's in the Exomyth. So that's why he was in the Exomyth, or went to the Exomyth, right? Because he obviously noticed that, okay, someone's using the power of remembrance to, you know, stop him from killing us. And we were, with the help of Cyrene, using the power of remembrance, right? And since he couldn't see Cyrene, right, because it was only us and Hycelins there, it meant that Cyrene had to be somewhere else. And the only other place that Cyrene could be was the Exomyth, right? So that's why he went there. Okay, so yeah, we start off immediately from where 2.5 ends, right? We're gonna put the core flame into. We're gonna put the core flame into the vortex of Genesis to complete the Aeronova, right? And fulfill our role as the world bearer, right? But then we start to, like, let's say, realize this, right? Because now we have like a breathing point. Who was the crisis of time in this timeline, right? Like, who was it? Because it couldn't be us. Maybe it could be Cyrene, but it doesn't seem like it's very much likely, right? Who was it before? In the original time from when we first came to Amphoreus, it was us. We were the one who, became the demigod of time. So ended up being the crisis of time. So that's, who it was in, the previous cycle. But in this cycle, there's no Finan, so we are the ones that end up have to take up the role of deliverer. So we are the ones that are going to be the demigod of ward bearing, right? That means someone else has to be the demigod of time, or the crisis of time, since we can't be it anymore. But since Lygus put us in the cage, we missed out all of like everything that happens. And when we came back to Amphoreus, the whole of the, let's say, journey, Flamesh's journey, had already occurred, right? So we assumed that, okay, someone else became the demigod of time. But now, we're questioning who actually became the demigod of time. Where's Finan then? He got absorbed by Iron Tomb after he went into the path space and, struck Nanook. But yeah. And when we realized, hold up. When we realized this discrepancy, right, is when we start, um, that discrepancy starts to work against it, right? And we get kidnapped yet again, right? And then this is just Xander, talking about how the remembrance is now actively taking a role in Amphoreus to work against us, right? And here, is it here? I think here it is also where we learn that one of the golden remembrance, or why, let's say, the remembrance, let's say, more or less active in Amphoreus. Well, I think we technically learn this later, but I'll just tell it now, right? Is like why the remembrance, specifically memory keepers, are active in Amphoreus or want, Amphoreus to keep going, is because what the remembrance supposedly, what they want to record, because every fully the Aeon of Remembrance wants to record all of the memories and all of the universe, right? And so his followers would also want to do that. And the one thing that they haven't been able to record, one moment they haven't been able to record, is the moment when an Aeon falls or when an Aeon dies, right? And the situation in Amphoreus with Iron Tomb is technically what will let them achieve that, right? What will let them it will let them experience that moment. Since if Iron Tomb is born, Iron Tomb will go and kill Noose. So technically, it's in their best interest to let Amphoreus happen as how it should happen, right? So they can record that moment. I don't get it. What don't you get? What don't you get, Naturalize? Everything in the last moments. Okay, so I think we're gonna have to bring out our good old friend Paint. So, we have the Aeons, right? We have we have fully, right? Fully is equals is the remembrance Aeon, right? Rem Aeon, right? And remembrance wants to equals record all, right? He wants to record everything, right? All the moments, like every event, right? That's essentially what Fully wants to do, right? Because Fully wants to essentially record the whole universe, right? So the followers of Fully, the Garden of Recollection, the Garden of Recollection essentially wants to assist Fully in doing the same thing by recording all, right? So they also want to basically help do Fully's work by recording everything, right? That's why they go around places to get memories, so they have the record of that memory. But the one thing they haven't got is the fall of an Aeon. They don't have this. So they are friends. What? The Garden Recollection and Fully? It's more like they follow Fully, kind of like worship in a sense, right? Or like work with or work for, kinda. And this is the one thing they want. So they want this, but they haven't had the opportunity to get this, right? And Amphoreus, if Amphoreus works the way it's meant to work, with Amphoreus equaling Iron Tomb, this will lead to Dead Noose, which is this. When Dead News is that, so the Garden Recollection wants essentially, supposedly at this time, want this to happen so that they can record this, so that they can record the fall of an Aeon. So hypothetically, the Garden Recollection is technically for, or let's say, quote unquote, are not against what the destruction wants. Why is Fully interfering then? Now that is the thing that comes up that I guess is more or less explained later, right? Because technically, Fully wouldn't really be if this is all true, Fully wouldn't really be interfering, shouldn't be interfering, right? But this is technically answered later on, right? But this is essentially what we, let's say, from all the information we have by the time of 3.6 at this point, this is what we believe is what the Garden of Recollection and Fully want, right? Doesn't the Garden know they are going to die? Uh, I mean, maybe they know that they're going to die, but regardless if they die, they'll still have been able to capture that moment when an Aeon dies, right? Because I guess they probably assume that, okay, some of them will die, but the rest of the Garden will have been able to catch that moment, right? It's not like all of the Garden Recollection is here. It's like some members of the Garden are like working on Amphoreus at this point. So that is what, let's say, at this point of the story, is what we believe is what the Garden is up to, right? From all the information we've gathered, or all the information we're given. So, this obviously tells us that, okay, 3.6 is very much going to be focused around that plot points. Because we've known that, erudition is, interested in forests, destruction is interested in forests, and remembrances, right? And I guess in 3.5, we learned why erudition is, interested in forests, because of the, the stuff with Xander, the creation of news and whatnot, right? So we understand why, erudition has, let's say, an interest in forests. Obviously, we know destruction, since, destruction wants Iron Tomb to be born. So, they have a Lord Ravager to cure news. But what we didn't really know is why Remembrance was, let's say, interested in Amphoreus. Because all we knew is that, okay, Remembrance is interested, but we don't know why. Maybe it was just because, okay, it's a world where, we can't really get it into, but, maybe so we can get an info of what's happening inside. That's what we assumed then, but now we have a more of an understanding of what exactly they're up to. But yeah, so that's now we have an idea of what the Remembrance is up to here. And Xander is here like basically saying that, okay, the Remembrance is, obviously not something that you should completely trust, right? Because they obviously have a agenda here, right? Because not like everyone has an agenda. Everyone has the same goal as Xander. The destruction, yes. Obviously, because Iron Tomb is the destruction representative. Technically, you would say that a remembrance also, yes, right here at this point, because they want to see the moment when an Aeon dies. So I guess you could say, quote unquote, the remembrance, yes. Erudition, I mean, they New specifically is like, calculating things, right? That's why he's like looking at Amphoreus. But obviously, Herta and Screwlum, don't really. News dying isn't really, let's say, something that's too beneficial to them, right? Because the effects of News dying it'll have an insane amount of effects, right? With the fall of an Aeon. So it's best not to, have News die, right? So yeah, so that's essentially what's happening at the start, right? So that's essentially like the start of what's happening, right? At 2.6. But then we realize that but doesn't they tell how to unscrew them? Although they can really, let's say, store Xander for a bit, they can't really store him forever right here, right? So, they essentially have another way to store him, right, for a longer period of time. And then the other period of time is via the use of Anaxa, right? Because they also essentially kind of like, since, Anaxa's, all of the crises are technically programs, they are able to, in a way, reactivate Anaxa, right? And make it so that Anaxa, and insert Anaxa into Ligers, right? Meaning that that an axe is capable of essentially reading. It gives an axe the opportunity to look into Xander's mind, right? To maybe see if they can, I guess, learn any more, right? Yeah, and I guess this is where we learn a bit more of like how this actually happens, right? Actually, wait, it's not that the geniuses did that. This is something that Anaxi himself did, right? Where he says he transmuted himself into a philosopher's stone, right, and embedded himself into the formula which the geniuses, rewrote, right? And then when time comes, it break the thing and scatter it into the oceans, right? Which essentially, let him kind of like attach himself onto Ligers when Ligers appeared at this moment, right? So yeah, so Nax is more or less, looking into Xander's mind, basically finding information and trying to learn stuff, right? That he may not be trying to, may not wanting to reveal, or may not want to reveal to the others, right? So it's kind of like we have, in a way, we've kind of have like put Xander on check, right? We've limited what he can really do in a way, because he can't really do now stuff without us knowing. How did Anaxa die? It was the flame chase journey, because like all of the other chrysosers would have died during the flame chase journey when they were defending against the black tides, which Lagos was second on everyone. It's the same way of how uh Chibida, the Chibichian Chinon, Maide, Castores, like Aglaya, like they've all at this point have already died. But Anax kind of like, let's say, creates his, in a way, like a backup for himself to attach himself onto Lygos. And to hammer in the point about the remembrance being sus, uh Cyrene has disappeared, right? Cyrene disappeared from this group when she was originally here with all of them, right? So it's like, where did she go? So that's essentially what's happening with them, and then we come back to us, right? And Evernight finally reveals herself, right? Because we've spotted that anomaly with the crisis of time. So Evernight has to like show herself up, right? And essentially kind of admits that she was fooling us, right? Because we met Evernight in 2.5, because Evernight's the one that, let's say, rescued us. Well, in a way, rescued us from the exomyth when we were trapped, right? And she was in the River of Time, in the Amphoreus River of Time, and gave us the. She's the one that gave us the uh, core flame of world bearing, Kafle's core flame, and sent us back to Amphoreus. But we didn't really, let's say, get too much of Evernight, right? Because she kind of like gave us the stuff, gave us, let's say, some brief explanations, and then sent us off, right? Because as much as let's say we would have wanted to find out more or question Evernight more, um, time was of the essence at that point, right? And so, like from what we can see and how we talk to Evernight, we kind of learn that she's able to basically manipulate on who can actually notice her and like who can actually essentially can notice her, right? Because she can mess with people's cognitions that she was hiding in the memory zone, but also that she reveals that March 7th is gone. She is dead. She's not coming back. That we should totally believe her, right? And then this is where Evernight reveals that Marge actually came to Amphoreus long before we did. That she was in Amphoreus for quite some time before we ourselves, entered Amphoreus. Which is, I guess, surprising, but in a way, it's also not surprising, right? Because Marge fell sick a bit before we even, went into Amphoreus, right? So that technically gave her the time frame to enter Amphoreus, whether unwillingly, before we even did, right? But she was in the train with us. Yes, but this is we're acting as a memory meme. Oh, hey Zoe, how are you? Hope you're well. But yeah, so that's so we know learned that March was here all along. Yeah, so Avernet's trying to tell us that March, using the power of remembrance, protected us, but as a cost, she burned herself, or burned her life away, right? Which is kind of like, do we trust that? Do we trust that? Chat, do we trust Avernite and what she's saying? Uh, we shouldn't. How did she get burnt? It's kind of like burning her power, right? Or burning herself, right? Her life force, in a way. Yes, she's hot. I mean, I guess? For what? To protect us. According to what Evernight says. That she burned us herself to protect us when we were entering Amphoreus. Right? Because technically no one could really enter Amphoreus, right? Since there was a power preventing people from entering it. And then this is, Evernight expands more about that no one actually returned the core flame of time, meaning that, okay, we couldn't actually, like, even if we put in the core flame of world bearing, the Aeronova wouldn't have come. But we saved landed. Yeah, this is what, um, this is exactly what, what's the name? Avanite's trying to convince us, right? That we already safe landed because we were protected by March, right? That is what she wants us to believe. And I don't know if I wouldn't really say we landed safely, right? Considering, we got hit by Nikodo's spear and then we technically died. So I don't know about safe. We landed safely. Yeah. So yeah, it's just explaining, like she just kind of like talks a bit more. Who revived us? Oryx. Oryx is technically the one who revived us. And as for why, technically we find that out more in 7.6, 6.7. And I guess what specifically what Avernite wants is that she essentially wants to become the uh crisis of time, so she I guess gives her more I guess it gives her more of an ability to, say, mess around with the details of Amphoreus, right? She has a core flame already. No, it's more like it's not that she has a core flame already. It's like the core flame that she gave us, right? Because you know how she gave us the supposedly she gave us the world bearing core flame. What she actually gave us instead of the world bearing core flame was the what's it? Wait, hold up. I think I'm misremembering here. I think I could be wrong here. Yeah, she had the core flame, but she didn't, let's say, insert the core flame, right? She had the core flame of time, but she never inserted it. She just made people believe that it was already inserted, right? Because she messed with people's memories. When, what? When she gave us the world bearing core flame in 2.5, 3.5, sorry. You know, when we were trapped by. Why did Oryx give it to her? Well, I mean, Oryx didn't really have to give it to her, right? Because she could have just killed Oryx. The same way how, Flame Reaver, how the Flame Reaver killed Oryx in the original timeline to get, Oryx's core flame. Like, the Titan doesn't have to give you the core flame. You can get the Titan to give it to you, or you can kill the Titan and take it from the corpse, right? So we just have to assume that, um, she killed Oryx to get the core flame. Yeah, so yeah, she just wants the become the crisis out of time just to get more influence inside Amphoreus. How did you get the world bearing? Because Cyrene, as a way to protect the world bearing flame core flame, Cyrene hid the core flame in the River of Time, in Amphoreus's River of Time. So the only way to access that is someone with the power of remembrance to access that area, and the only people in Amphoreus who can access that area are Cyrene, us, and Evernight. So that's how she was able to get sense, because she just got what Cyrene left. Yeah. And what Evernight wants is she wants to complete the Aeronova, but the way she wants to complete the Aeronova is by making it so that when the Aeronova comes, it is formed without the memories of the previous era. So without, the memories of the Flame Chase journey. So none of the crises, kind of like a blank era, right? In a way. But, uh, to do this, it essentially goes against what we want to do, right? Because we want, to complete the journey that we started with them, right? So we obviously don't want them to be forgotten, right? Better than Herta's plan. Um, I mean, you could argue that it is. Actually, not really. It's like there's no guarantee that it's better than Herta's plan or not, right? Because there's a very much good chance that this doesn't stop Iron Tomb, right? And just, still ends up with the production of Iron Tomb and, everyone dies. So it's not really like, let's say, it's better than Herta's plan, right? It still ends up, with a very good chance of the death of the cosmos or the death of a lot of planets or galaxies, right? But, we obviously don't, agree with her, right? And she basically tells us, well, fuck you. I'm just doing what March wanted, right? That March wanted to protect the Trailblaze path, right? And she supposedly agreeing to this, right? That she wants us to fall into oblivion, right? And I guess surprisingly, oblivion is kind of like oh, I guess we'll talk about oblivion in a sec. It doesn't really matter. Because here we kind of see an event that March experienced, right? While she was in Amphoreus, before we even entered. And I guess this is kind of like explaining that the existence of Evernight is not, let's say, something that's out of nowhere, right? Her first day. We don't know if this is her first day, but we didn't. We all we know is that it's one of her days, right? One of her 97 days. We can assume this is probably the 97th day. Yeah, we can probably assume this is the last day, like March's last day. But essentially, what they do now is kind of like explain that okay, the whole Avonite March thing was not out of nowhere. That was an actual thing, right? Because they say that in Argenti storyline, when Argenti was like initially introduced, um, there was like a moment where there was like an evil March, that March met an evil March here, right? And we were made to believe that okay, this is probably like not real, right? That is kind of like an illusion, right? Because you know, technically everyone was having like weird visions in this story. So we were meant to believe, okay, this is probably something the same, right? Because it's going on about her past memories. But what we end up learning is no, that wasn't just like some sort of vision that March witnessed. That instead that was actually real. That was her first encounter with Avonites. And that March actually realized that, but you know, she couldn't, let's say, she never, let's say, like had another opportunity to interact with Avonites. And I guess this is, yeah, we learned that March was actually in Amphoreus, has been in Amphoreus for the 97 days. Wait, hold up, but what was that timing? What was that timing, by the way? We got a bot message just now, and at the same time when we got the bot message, I got a bot message at the same time. Interesting timing. But whatever. So yeah, we learned that March has actually been in Amphoreus for what's supposed to be 97 days. And it's not like 97 real world days, right? It's something like 97 days in Amphoreus, so Amphorean time, right? Potato modes. I guess. Yeah, I guess it makes it easier. But yeah. So like March has been in Amphoreus for actually some time, right? Before us. And that apparently before she came into Amphoreus, that no one was able to interact with her. And that even though March was in Amphoreus, unlike us, you know, who interact with everyone, got involved with, you know, the Amphorian storyline, March could only be an observer. She couldn't interact with anyone, no one could see her, right? Even though she herself was there, no one else knew that she was there, right? So she was kind of like a wallflower, right? So yeah, like Avonite, how? Because Avonite explains it like she is in Amphoreus, but not fully in Amphoreus, if that makes sense, right? Because she's her herself didn't go into Amphoreus. It's more like, let's say, it's not exactly the same, but let's say like her spirit went into Amphoreus, was forcibly sent into Amphoreus. She herself didn't willingly enter Amphoreus, right? Because she fell ill when she got close to Amphoreus. So it's like she's partially there, but isn't there? Is like one way to describe it, right? And while she's been in Amphoreus, we learned that she's in Amphoreus, but she's also been spotted, right? That she's actually been spotted by Ligers, and that Ligers wants to basically find her, right? Because this March isn't something that Ligers accounted for, right? March is a unexpected variable, an uncontrollable variable, and if Ligers wants, you know, Iron Tomb to be worn correctly, he has to control and eliminate these variables, right? So he wants to find this, right? And March knows that March knows that she can't really do anything against Ligers, right? Because she doesn't really have the ability to find Ligers, so she essentially leaves it to Evernight to basically evade Ligers, right, and to protect us. But also, March realizes that Evernight doesn't want to be discovered by the Garden's observers, right? That Evernight's also hiding, which is like interesting, right? Because then I guess it also makes sense of why it was only at this point when, let's say, Evernight was fully introduced, right? Because even, let's say, they are both hiding. Well, March is, let's say, hides from Ligers, but yeah, I mean, they essentially, yeah, they both end up like wanting to hide. Like in the real world, Evernight wants to hide, and in this point in Amphoreus, March needs to hide, right? Yeah. So essentially, they're kind of like basically Evernight decides to essentially work with March, right? Because we don't really know at this point, right? But Evernight very much cares for her, right? And I think at this point, like I think I also at this point made kind of like a spotted kind that is kind of like a similarity to Sealy, right? In Impact Thirds. Okay, maybe I am Impact Third rotted, but brain rotted, but that I think at this point I kind of described the relationship similar to how uh Red Cell and Blue Cell interact, right? Where even though at the start when we first meet Red Cell, she doesn't act as if she's protective and cares for Blue City. Obviously, we later end up finding out okay that her priority is actually City, right? HJ3 effort. I mean, maybe, but I did kind of like spot that, like, wonder if that's like what's happening with these two rights. And I guess I was right later on, right? When the further we got on, when we actually find out, Evernight's true motives behind what her actions. And then Evernight says, be swallowed by the torrents of oblivion. Right, and this is where essentially they switch on who has a control over the body, right? And yeah, Evernight has control. Now the thing with Oblivion, I don't know if I should talk about it just yet. Just keep in mind that Evernight very much brings up Oblivion quite a few times. So we essentially saw how Evernight came to be, right? Well, not came to be, but why she's here, right? Or why she's in control instead of March. And so we come back to Dan Hunk, who I guess has now made it back, right? Who escaped Amphoreus and made it back to the actual Express. But curiously, no one is here, right? Because we're in the Express, but where is Himiko? Where is World? Where's Sunday? Where's Pom Pom? Where's Black Swan? Like, where's everyone else, right? But while we can't see them, we can kind of like hear them, right? Well, Danhun can kind of hear them, right? And kind of hear um what's the actual situation, right? So even though he's not there, he's still like, even though they can't see him, he's still, let's say, getting attention, right? Why did she turn the lights off? Woohoo! You're talking about Avernite. I guess it's kind of like a why is she no longer hiding? She's still hiding, But I guess you can say that she turned the lights off to hide her even more, right? Because she essentially kind of like unleashed her power and kind of like created a invisible barrier. And you could say that that, let's say, quote unquote invisible barrier is where she then decides to hide. Although that invisible barrier is like something we learn what exactly it is in a bit. What was she doing for the for 90 days? Who March? March was just going around Amphoreus, right? Trying to, I guess, find us, trying to, I guess, see what she can do, right? To try and work and learn things about Amphoreus. So essentially, she was like, moving here and there. But, she couldn't interact with anyone or anything, right? So it was kind of like, you could argue it's somewhat fruitless, but, obviously not really. What we find out is what she was doing wasn't nothing. Because it's not like when March went into Amphoreus, she could just, stay still. She had to try and do something, right? So yeah, you know, since we're done hung, like no one's here, but we can hear people. The only thing we can really do is, let's say, try and investigate, right? Like what is happening. And like we can hear things, but you know, we don't really, let's say, understand too. Like Dunham's essentially kind of like getting caught up with everything that's happened, right? When did he get back? Oh, literally just now. He literally just got back. So this is like just after 3.4, technically. Like Dunhung's POV right now is technically just after 3.4. Yeah. Because no Aquila anymore. Yeah, essentially, there's no more Aquila. Like, this is 3.4, so like the whole Flame Chase journey is complete. So the card was essentially, let's say, quote unquote fixed. So he could like fly out, right? And that's how he, got out of Amphoreus. But rather than he himself, let's say, getting out of Amphoreus, what we learn is that rather than he himself being here, it's more like his. Okay, we'll use the term spirit again. It's not really spirits, but it's kind of like a memory version of himself is here. We say because we're the good guys. Yeah, I mean, essentially, yeah. We say just to make sure that nothing went bad, and then we learned the whole thing about Kaslana. And, you know, Avanite, Ligers, like, we learned all of that stuff, right? And I guess this is the one, Donah's like exploring, and, since he can't find anyone, maybe he'll go search for March, right? And then he sees, we see that, oh god, March is being frozen even more. Like she was started with like, some shards of ice, and now she is already, fully frozen, right? And we at the same time we're hearing more about, let's say, what Himiko and Black Swan are talking about, of how supposedly, according to her, we Dang should already be here, but he's not here. So obviously he might be here but not here. So meaning he's like not perceivable to us, right? Is eyes representing something? The eyes is meant to represent fully, right? Because whenever we've seen fully, he's always been represented by eyes, but also is most likely to represent a March's six-faced eyes, the special eyes that she can control, right? Because when she was found by Himiko and Welt, she was found floating in space in a encased in ice in this special ice, and it's kind of like showing that she's going back into that state when she was floating in space in ice. But more than anything, it's I think meant to represent fully the remembrance, and then the red jellyfish, who we should know what the red jellyfish is. Is March's story shown anywhere? Uh Not really, because technically, for let's say March's history, I mean, kinda. You can say it's kinda shown somewhere, because if you go back to, uh, if you go to this the first trailer, the March 7th trailer, you kind of see it. It's kind of shown here in the story. In this point, yeah, in this point, right? Where she was like encased in ice, right? And then I think at the start of yeah, it's that point, right, when she was encased in ice. And if I recall, at the start of the story, when you first join the Astral Express, when you're talking to people, I think Welt and Himiko tell you that about March's history, that they found her in ice in space, right? And they rescued her, and then slowly the sixth phase, the ice, melted, and there came March. But March couldn't remember, didn't have any memories, so she didn't know anything or why she was like encased in ice. Dan Hung, like, let's say, realizes that those red jellyfish seem familiar, and he starts, regaining that memory of, starts to slowly regain that memory that of Evernight, that he actually encountered Evernight. Didn't watch all the trailers and read all the description flow notes. Game is unplayable. Well, I mean, no, you didn't have to watch the trailers or the optional floor notes, because specifically for March story, it gets mentioned at the start, right? Because when you meet everyone, and March essentially also mentions that she has like no memories, so you get told that in the story very early on, and then March's story doesn't really, let's say, get touched on until after the Lao Fu, because I think in 2.4 and 2.5 we got a March story quest, and that's where we learn that March's memories, that we can't actually look into March's memories, right? That is actually deliberately hidden, right? And that's where we learn that she's connected to the remembrance, right? Because if I recall, I think that her memories are kind of like under wraps by supposedly Order Fully or something along those lines. Hold up, let me see. Is that the end of the March quest? So March 7th quest. Yeah, this companion mission. Yeah, this one I'm pretty sure it's 2.4. Yeah, because at the end when you like talk to the memo keeper, is it here? Yeah, because March is essentially sees that a bit of her memory where she was encased in ice, but I think it's when you talk to this memo keeper that they say that um yeah, a messenger from the Garden Recollection, please refrain from looking back upon your past. Yeah, that it's not worth exploring, it will only hurt you. That Fully, because Fushan says that if Fully was the one that's, preventing them from looking at March's past. Right? Because essentially it gives us the um I guess it gives us the implication that Fully is the one that's, by order Fully, that March's past shouldn't, let's say, be explored, right? It's kind of like what we're taught, or is very much implied. Yeah, because the pleasing trusted garden, right? Yeah, because very much like hush hush about March's past. Although here, although I guess this doesn't make sense now with the context of Amphoreus and what we learn about Fully, about this being March's origin, right? Hmm. You should come to learn that the past is just an illusion. Yeah. Was that anything else? Yeah, so we learned that March has somewhat of a connection to maybe like to Fully, right? But it's not like, let's say, we're not for sure, but we just know that there is, let's say, seems to be an importance with her past, right? You know, well, I guess we'll probably stumble across it again when we get to 3.7. But yeah, this is, I guess, going back to 3.6 to where we were. I guess Dan Hung, you know, kind of like not breaking free, but essentially he breaks the wall that Avernite made between Dan Hung and the rest of the actual Express, so they can actually perceive him now. She cannot fully us right now. Yes, yes. And so then we learn that March isn't really in a good condition. That Dan Hung then learns that March is in Amphoreus, right? But also that you know they've also lost, let's say, a contact with us, right? Because we got kidnapped by Avernites, and so Dan Hung decides that okay, well, no, if no one else can do it, right? So let me go back to Amphoreus and get both us and March 7th out of whatever predicament we are in, right? So yeah, so he essentially goes back to um Amphoreus. He goes back into Amphoreus, right? Yeah. Yeah, and I guess this just bring us back. Yeah, essentially, yeah. Dan Hung literally goes back into Amphoreus just basically to bring us back. Oh, wait, and this is also where we're meant to find out that what the Garden Rare Collection are, why they're here, right? Because they want to salvage the memories of a path disappearing, of the fall of a Fully. This is like when you actually learn, they want the memories of a god's death, but which I already mentioned earlier, right? And that Black Swan has essentially found that there's members of the Garden's remembrance that have basically are like in the borders of Amphoreus, right? And that she wants to basically go see what the hell is happening with them. And I think they also talk about how yeah, this is also where they talk about how um news made 4 predictions of how the world will die, the universe will die. One being, the destruction. Another, I can't remember. Another being, I think, the over the War of the Aeons. Um, I can't remember. Hold up. Let me find the thing. But essentially, what Black Swan says here is this. She talks about The exotail. Hold on, where is it? Is it when it talks about fully? Yeah, that's supposedly the last way which the world can die, the universe can die. Yeah, the full finality. When essentially all time is frozen. That's what I guess Black Swan starts assuming, right? Of what the memo keepers who are, actually want the destruction of news are up to. Or let's say all going after, right? What's the cat about? Well, supposedly the cat should be Melio, who is I guess the leader of the Cylon Hunters, who is basically following or can see the future in terms of the script, and is trying to with the Stellar with the Stellar and Hunters is trying to drive the future into a certain direction. But essentially, the cat is a leader of the Stellar and Hunters and can see the future. That's essentially what the cat is so far. And so Dan Hung decides to, okay, he's gonna go back into Amphoreus. And we learn why March even came to Amphoreus, why she was dragged into Amphoreus in the first place. Before we went to Amphoreus, no one could go into Amphoreus, right? But the memo keepers, or specifically the memo snatchers, dragged March and basically used March as a way to open the firewall of Amphoreus, right? So that they could go into Amphoreus and actually, probably look into Amphoreus. Where's Dan Hung's body? Well, Dan Hung's body is technically inside still inside Amphoreus. When did that happen? At the start, when March, felt ill and, passed out before we even entered Amphoreus, at that point. And that's when that specifically happened. Yeah. Yeah, then, Dan Hung just learning more about things that they found our bodies, right? That I guess when the Era Nova happened, that something protected Dan Hung's and I guess our bodies, right, from destruction. And yeah, supposedly we were protected by a bubble that is meant to be connected to March, and that bubble is most likely Evernight, right? Since she's following March's wish of protecting us, right? I know. With that information, we go back to Amphoreus because well, Danhun goes back to Amphoreus because he because he's gonna go save us. Who protected us? Evernight, because she's still following March's requests. How did the Arrow Nova happen if Sarija rewrote it? The Arrow Nova that I'm talking about is the 3.4 Arrow Nova, not the 3.5. Sorry. Arrow Nova hasn't started yet. I'm talking about protecting us from when we reset the cycle. That's what I meant. Sorry, not the Arrow Nova. Sorry. I misspoke there. The Arrow Nova hasn't started because if the Arrow Nova started, we would have died already. And it's to talk about the resetting of stuff. Sorry, that was my bad if I confused there. And the Arrow Nova is still meant to happen when, even though Sirija rewrote it, what Sirija with the code from Herta and Screwloom, that's meant to push back the progress of Iron Tomb, but Sirija also added an extra thing that we talk about later on. But yeah, now we're in a sequence where we're in Penocony, and Amphoreus hasn't happened, right? So we're at the end of the Pinnacle storyline, but Amphoreus never happened. And during this whole time, we have like a feeling of that something's weird, right? Hold up, like, why are we here? What is happening, right? But while all of this is happening, we're also getting like a weird voice or from Sunday telling us don't don't believe in what's happening, right? Because we get essentially told that we're in a dream, right? And that Sunday's trying to get us out of this dream. What happened when we entered the core flames? Oh, where? When we to the Garden of Genesis, Vortex of Genesis? It's basically it's kind of like inserting a key, if you want to look at it like that. We insert a key into the Vortex of Genesis, waiting until all the keys are inside so we can start the engine for Genesis. Well, when all the keys are put in and we start the engine for Genesis, that's when Era Nova should be. You got TPs? No. No, 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 no. Hold on, let me drink some water. Wait, first of all, what the hell do you mean by TPs? Do you mean toilet paper or do you mean teleporter? We got teleported from Amphoreus. No, no, no. We're still in Amphoreus, but right now we're in a dream. We're essentially in like a memory bubble that Avonite is manipulating. So I don't know. Essentially, Avonite put us in a dream, right? So we started our own. We haven't started our Nova. We haven't started it. When when we realized that okay, who was the crisis out of time, and then we realized Evernight showed up and told us that no one is the that was no one is actually the crisis out of time, and the core flame was never actually fully put in. When we basically disagreed with Evernight, right, in her plan to start an Aranova as a clean slate without the memories of the previous stuff, we disagreed with her, and she said, "Yeah, you don't really get an option." So she put us in a dream bubble, and we need to get out of this dream bubble somehow, right? Because she's essentially in the one way or another, she's trying to continue March's request, right? To continue the Trailblaze. Because what March wants to do is continue the Trailblaze travel journey. And this is technically one way in which it can be done, right? But since we're in like a memory bubble, Mem can more or less kind of like appear here and there to try and get us away from freaking Evernight, right? And to get away from Evernight, we try to have to go to areas where she can't find us, right? And maybe one of those areas could be the deepest, one of our deepest memories. And what is deeper? What is a deeper memory than when we first woke up at the start of the game? Which is why we're in Herta Space Station and see Kafka and Silverwolf, right? And I guess this is kind of like where a curious thing happens, right? Because at the start of the game, what's meant to happen is, Kafka, kind of creates a body, puts a settler in us. Then we kind of like wake up, and she tells us, that we'll go on a journey, that we'll go on a journey, right? And apparently, while the time while they were waiting for us to wake up, there was a part, there was like a certain thing that Kafka had to say to us, right? And this is that part, right? That this, that we wouldn't have this memory of this moment until when we witness this moment ourselves again. And that is this point, right? When we go to the recesses of our memory. Right? And we actually remember this um when we remember these moments. And this is where supposedly Elio saw that we'll be involved with the remembrance, right? But essentially it's kind of what essentially we're told is that for us just to keep moving forward, right? For us to keep moving forward. That that's essentially kind of what she says, the Eteodia. Because I guess the important thing is this, right? It is the wish of the cosmos that set you in motion, and that in the tale where you are the protagonist, the stars themselves will defy the destiny of finality. The destiny of finality meaning, in the four ways in which the uh, cosmos will die. The wish of the cosmos. This could be like I don't know. This could be interpreted in many different things, right? Because it could, insinuate that maybe the cosmos itself has a will. So maybe it's something like a higher will than the Aeons, right? Or it could just mean like the wish of like a unheard wish of the Aeons themselves, right? Finality Kiana. Okay, there's not enough information to see like where Kiana actually fits in here. Uh we can maybe talk about that tomorrow when I do a recap of before we start chapter 10, right? Oh yeah, this is like where I guess the Trailblazers themselves find out more about the four ways terminus's prophecy, right? Of the different parts of how. Sorry, it was never news. Okay, sorry, my bad, chat. I said that Noose is the one that you know calculated how the four different ways the cosmos dies. It wasn't Noose, it wasn't Noose. My bad. It was Terminus. Terminus, the Aeon of Finality. Terminus is the one that predicted of how the four different ways which the cosmos can die. One being destruction, one being destruction, two being harmony, third being I can't remember what the third one is, but I know the fourth is remembrance. I think she tells us here. Harmony, yeah, destruction, harmony, uh, destruction, harmony, nihility. Okay, destruction, harmony, nihility, and remembrance. That those are the four paths that can lead to the end of all, right? Remembrance is here, blood out, but we know it's remembrance, right? Did me from the past guess it? What? That the four ways which the universe can die? No. Well, obviously destruction, can be very much one easy to I guess predict, right? Because destruction wants to kill everything. Harmony, nope, because I don't see how harmony ends to the destruction of everything. The remembrance thing. I mean, remembrance thing. Uh, Not really. No, because technically the Mirror Celestia trailer, which was this was 2 weeks ago. Yeah, yeah, no, 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 no. Not for no, no. I didn't. The ones that I wouldn't that I was surprised by was Remembrance and Harmony. Read the subs at this point. I mean, I'm pretty sure I was like confused here, right? Hold up, where is it? Yeah, because destruction. Yeah, I was not because I think here's like where I was surprised by Harmony. Naility, yeah, is like understandable, but Remembrance, yeah, like I'm assuming Remembrance, but I at this point didn't really understand how Remembrance could lead to the end of all things, right? He did get it. Okay, I understood two of them. The other two I don't understand. Because the only way I can see, let's say, Harmony leading to the end of all things is if Harmony acts as uniting everyone under a dream, right? Similar to um yeah, because you know how when we are talking about the Pinnacle story and spoke about how although Sunday's, let's say, ideas are technically in a good light, in reality, it cuts off the future for everyone. I think the Harmony ending, let's say, is basically that, but in a massive scale, right? Where the whole cosmos is put in under a dream, and they all end up believing that they're happy in that dream. But in reality, they're all living in a dream, so they have no future. And that is technically one way that can be interpreted as, the death of the universe. So I guess kind of like a universal. Um, oh my god, what the fuck was it called again? The universal. Uh, was it called Infinite Tsukuyomi in freaking Naruto? The thing that Madara wanted to do, right? Where everyone was put in the genjutsu. It's kind of that. Is one way I can see, let's say, the Harmony causing the end of the universe. Well, yeah. So that's the this part, right, where we I guess end up learning about the four ways which the universe can die. And so we then get spotted by Evernight, right? Because Evernight realizes that okay, well, this is where we are. So we need to try and get out, right? And then we're pulled into this space by Sunday, right? So Sunday manages to take us out of that spot where we got surrounded by Evernight's jellyfish. And we want to know where Cyrene went, right? Because she was with us, but then Cyrene disappeared. But unfortunately, we don't really have enough time, right? Because Evernight is on the chase for us. He's on the chase for us, and he's going to try and get us out. But Evernight's already here, and he's trying to use the power of the Harmony to counteract against Evernight. But unfortunately, Sunday is a support and can't really fight against a DPS character because he has no DPS to support. So Sunday gets kind of mocked by Evernight, and we get trapped by Evernight once again. How did he find us from the train? Because he's basically using the power of harmony, right? Which kind of like tunes with the frequency of people, right? And he was essentially tuning with our frequency to try and locate us. That's how he managed to find us. Yeah, and I guess now he ended up realizing the um, I guess since saw Evernight himself, I guess able to actually tell everyone that okay, the Remembrance Path Strider who's like messing things up is March, but not March, right? Of how of how she looks like March, but in reality, she's like the opposite of March, right? She's like an abyss. Yeah, and this is where like they start giving you hints about what Evernight actually wants, right? Because before this point, we are only meant to take what Evernight says for face value, right? Of how what she's doing this is to, follow March's wish. But what Sunday, I guess, notice from Evernight is a pure protectiveness, right? And that pure protectiveness is for March, right? Rather than anything else. Second time Hyacinth song. Is it? And I'm not like noticing, to be honest. I am not noticing at all. Um but I guess that's because I'm talking, right? And I'm thinking of what I'm saying. Yeah. And then we learned that while, Sunday was, I guess, getting Evernight's attention and with him trying to save us from our clutches, Black Swan at the same time is doing something else, right? Because what Black Swan is doing is she's going to where the border, where all of the Garden of Recollection are, to try and find out what exactly is happening, right? And Black Swan ends up seeing that the members of the Garden of Recollection, which were here, are kind of like strung up. They are very much strung up on yeah, they're like strung up, right? And we see like, the red jellyfishes are, stringing them up. So it's very much like, okay, the the clear enemy of Evernight seems to be the Garden of Recollection. Poor Akron. I mean, poor Black Swan. I mean, yeah. I mean, Black Swan can't really, let's say, she gets getting abused by different women each time. What is she like? I guess sees that basically they're kind of like getting tortured, and basically what the memo snatchers were after, right? Because yeah, that they used the pink girl from the Astral Express to break into Amphoreus, so they used March to break the barrier on the Amphoreus. Yeah, the obstructive force prevented the Gauntlet has disappeared, right? And then I guess, then we start to learn a bit more, right? Because they say that the they're like worried that we may find the seed of remembrance before they do. Well, at this point, we don't really know what the seed of remembrance is, right? So it's like, hmm. So obviously, maybe that's like something important in Amphoreus, right? And then we learn that okay, either the memo that goes the memo keeps his nemesis, which is referring to Evernight. And I guess at this point, okay, on retrospect, I didn't realize this at that time, but now that we know everything, it kind of really tells us an idea of who Evernight is actually, or what Evernight's actually related to, right? Since there is only technically one let's say natural counter to one natural counter to the remembrance to fully, and that would be the Enigmata, right? No idea. Oh, I mean, I guess you would know this. You kind of like learned this at the end of 2.6. The Enigmata is the other Aeon, is another Aeon, right? Who's basically the polar opposite of Fully. Where Fully wants to record everything, Enigmata wants to basically hide information, right? Where he wants to basically subvert information by giving out false information. So I guess one way to say it is like Enigmata is like the Aeon of fake news, is one way to put it, right? Where they want to spread misinformation and is essentially the nemesis of uh, Fully, the Remembrance. I mean, yeah, kind of. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can say like the Illuminati, right? Is very that is one way to compare it, right? And yeah, and this is where we start learning about the Eden of blessed light, blessed insight, the seed of remembrance. Yeah, that we start learning about that we are sacrificed to God and used as the pure child of Asarava. Oh, sorry, Anasrava. How did Evernight catch them? Well, and they were all in the border of Amphoreus. Once they go into Amphoreus, Evernight being able to go to the border, notice that they are there, that their followers are fully, and she hates the remembrance, specifically the garden recollection. So she kind of went like zoop and caught and tortured all of them. Couldn't she have done this earlier? She would have done this earlier. This is what would have happened after we entered Amphoreus. Because you also have to remember that time flows faster in Amphoreus in comparison to the outside world. So let's say one day happened in the outside world, the time in Amphoreus, it could have been already like a few years inside Amphoreus itself, right? And we know that March 7th spent 97 days in Amphoreus. So in the real time world, that could have been like a few minutes or so, right? So while they were still planning to go inside Amphoreus before they could enter, and so she caught them before they could go inside. And so yeah, the pure child of Anasrava. This is like one of the major things that you have to remember: the pure child of Anasrava, because that comes up. That is very important for 3.7. Right? She just wants to find her lost sisters. Oh my god! I just realized. I just realized this. She just wants to find her sisters. That is very much implying that there's another. That is a third Anasrava. Um, that is a third Anasrava. That is not just March and Cyrene. That is a third one who is looking for March and Cyrene. Oh. That means essentially a third potential. I guess technically this is gonna Anasrava, this is we'll go into it more in depth in 3.7 when we talk about 3.7. But Anasrava are children of Fully who essentially have the are children of Fully, but specifically they are people who have the potential to become Fully at the end of time, who actually end up being Fully. If that doesn't make sense right now, we'll explain it more properly later on, because that is very much 3.7 stuff. But just assume that they're very much closely related to Fully, the Aeon of Remembrance. All pink hairs. Yeah, they have pink hairs. That is true. Yeah. And yeah, so this is what Black Swan finds out, and she's about to get her back broken once again, right? And I guess we now go back to the POV of Cyrene, right? Where it seems like um she's able to like guess deal with the jellyfish when Avenite's not, let's say, here, right? So she's gonna try and say find a way to find us, right, and help us, right? Oh, I guess it's also giving you clues about what Oblivion specifically is, right? Even more clues I didn't realize. Like literally going enigmatic and then Oblivion here. Okay, how did I miss this? I'm blind if I missed this, because I'm pretty sure I missed this. Oh, no. And then I guess Cyrene like tries to look for a memory, and then sees that there's a camera there, right? Marsh's camera, and sees a blue jellyfish. What is she saying? Who? Wait, what do you mean? What is she saying? What, Cyrene? Cyrene is essentially trying to find us, right? Because we she got separated from us, so she's trying to find us, and she's using this moment when Evernight's not here anymore, right? Because at this point, Evernight's dealing with Black Swan, so she's using this point to try and locate us. So she's going for a memory, but then spots out that there's something in her memory, and she finds the blue. She finds March's camera, which there seems to be like a lot of jellyfish like surrounding it, and we end up seeing that the um, camera is actually a blue jellyfish, right? And yeah, I'm pretty sure. I guess like yeah, we're guessing that that's March. Yeah, that we essentially kind of find March inside our memory, right? And that when Evernight took over, March hit herself inside our camera, inside her camera, right? That we were with, that we carried on along the whole time. So technically, March was always with us, right? And that's what we essentially find out there. When she let when she let Evernight take control. When when the start of how Ligus was trying to find March, right? And then she let Evernight take control because she knew that she couldn't hide from Ligus, so she had to hide somewhere else, right? And the place where she chose to hide was was her camera. Okay, Chad, give me like 2 minutes so I can take a piss. Be back, and then we'll continue. Okay, okay, back. Okay. Third turn Hyacinth song. You know what? Give me a sec. Let me do this. Hmm. Uh, sure. That's an interesting playlist that I haven't heard in a while. Okay, okay. Okay, so yeah. I guess I guess at this point we're learning more and more about the truth of the remembrance rites. Since we say that they're actually really being very, very active, right? Not being passive. Which is, I guess, good, right? Because I was always curious, right? Because it was very, let's say, more or less obvious in what the destruction wants and what the erudition wanted, right? Of why they were interested in Amphoreus. And I think like throughout 3.0 to I guess 3.5 or so, right? We didn't really get any too much clues into why exactly the Remembrance was interested, right, in this place. But now we are. We're getting more information. Okay, so now we go to the POV of Don Hung. So he is back in Amphoreus. So and he is essentially, you know, in Okima, right? Where basically at the same time point of us, right? Where the Flame Chase journey is complete, everything's kind of destroyed because we're at the end of the journey. Now he's gonna try and find us, right? Because he needs to find Evernight, who's keeping us hostage. And so with the help of Screwlum, he's gonna assist Dan Hung to find us, right? To find the Maze of Remembrance, which get through the Maze of Remembrance, which Evernight made. And since we've technically reached an impasse with Xander, because Xander can't really, let's say, continue while the Remembrance are, active and running amok. We've essentially come into, let's say, we'll work with you for the time being, because we know and you know that we're going to betray you and that you're going to betray us. But for the interest of us both, we'll work with each other, right? Xander, like us, right? Yeah. What does Lygus want from us? He wants us to deal with the Remembrance with Evernights, because he can't guarantee what he wants to work if Evernights like out there, right? Because he doesn't know exactly, he doesn't specifically know what Evernight is up to, right? So he's gonna use us to get rid of her, and we're gonna use him to get to her. So it's kind of like a win-win in a way. But even though technically we don't really, let's say, want Lygus to be free, Anaxa is still, with Lygus, right? So we can restrain him to an extent. And so to find Avenite, um Liger suspects that she's probably in the core of Amphoreus, right? Like at the core of Amphoreus, right? And the one way to get to the core of Amphoreus, or the easiest way to get to the core of Amphoreus is, to break into it, right? And I guess this is Liger's explaining what exactly Avenite saying, right? Of how she's influencing Amphoreus, right? Out to be after, I guess, kind of like taking over Onyx by becoming a demigod, right? And I guess Lygas is here and then realize that Avenite pretty much hates the Remembrance path, right? Like she has an unquenchable hatred against against that path, right? And like he's like confused, right? Because she's also like a remembrance, someone from the Remembrance, right? So it's like, although he's confused, it technically doesn't care. Why though? Well, that's at the end of 3.6 of why, let's say, she has a hate for the Remembrance. And I guess this is more about, why they Remembrance are like, care so much about Amphoreus, right? And I guess these weird creatures, these ugly looking fucks, they're basically a result of, uh, kind of like the Remembrance being affected by the Black Tide. Why was March sucked into Amphoreus in the first place? Because the memo snatchers used March 7th as a way to get through the protective barrier around Amphoreus. So the memo snatchers essentially snatched March. Well, I wouldn't say they snatched March, but March was able to open the gate into Amphoreus for them because she's a child of Ashranava, and a seed of remembrance is inside Amphoreus. And yeah, that's another thing that 3.7. How though? It's not really. I can't remember. It's really explained, but think of it like they resonated with each other. Because okay, this is gonna go into a bit about 3.7, but there was a child. There's a child of Nasrava inside Amphoreus, and March herself is also a child of Anasrava. And since they're both children of Anasrava, they resonated with each other, which then forced open the gate into Amphoreus, which is also why March was sucked into Amphoreus, or can be a reason of why she was sucked into Amphoreus, because they're both children of Asnarava. Oh, they share that same quality. So yeah, um, Xander's basically saying, deal with the issues. I'm just guiding you. All right, you deal with enemies. Ain't gonna fucking help you. All right. Oh yeah, I guess this is also, how they said, naturalized. You know how you said that wouldn't the memorable keepers like know that they're gonna die by helping Iron Tomb? I guess this is Lager saying that the chance to reach the truth that they want, just because of that chance, they don't fear death. That's why they are doing what they're doing, even though they know that this might end up killing themselves. Right. And I guess this is where we find out more about what happened to Finan, right? That Xander says that Finan turned himself into a seal in the cycle to suppress the black tides. Why though? Why they want to do this? Because they want to capture the moment. They believe that it is a moment that no one else has captured. So, and this is like an extremely rare moment for them to actually be able to do it. So, take this chance. Why don't they mind dying? Uh I guess you could say that they were like fanatics, right? They were like fanatical members of the Garden of Remembrance, which I guess is not probably wouldn't be wrong, right? Because they went to the extent that they gave up their physical body and ended up being a mimetic entity, right? So they were essentially that devoted to the cause. They were that devoted to the cause that they don't mind dying as long as they know that they can achieve, capturing that moment. And I guess this is where Xandar, I guess, let's say, Xandar basically says that here's I guess, kind of like a fragment. Oh, not like a fragment of Finan, right? But I guess like an essence of Finan that was left here from his pure rage that enabled him to attack Nanook, right? Is there a reason why Hunt March was imaginary? Meta reasons. I'm pretty sure the reason why March was imaginary just because of pure meta. Just because of meta, that's why. That's fully know about it. I mean, typing doesn't matter, right? What like technically matters the part, but typing not really. Like, yeah, like where Xander literally says that Evernight's hiding in the crevice of time, and that the only way to get to the crevice of time is to to use brute force into it. And what better brute force is there than using the power that actually managed to uh injure an Aeon, even if it's only, let's say, a small fragment of it, of that power. It's just to be more than enough. There should to be more than enough juice to break the memory zone, the memory maze, right? And so essentially, Danhang awakens this fragment of Finan and tries and gets him to fire that power to help us to help him find us, right? Where are they going? They're trying to find the entrance to wherever the hell Evernight is. How is Finan here? This is like a fragment, like a small fragment of the actual Finan that's acting as a seal against the Black Tides. So this isn't like, let's say, fully the whole of Finan. It's just a small fragment of him. Is everyone dead here? Yes, everyone's already dead. What time is it? Timeline. This is the last cycle. So this is the 37th cycle. So this is where the cycle where we were in before we got snatched by Evernight. This is all happening in the last cycle, right? And I guess this is more like the jaded Castellana, you know, more or less getting kind of like the encouragement from Finan, right? To use the laws of this power to bring about the future of remembrance, right? Everyone said that all flames are in the vortex with March. Uh yeah, all the core flames are in the vortex, and March is not in the vortex anymore. She's hiding somewhere else, so she can't be found. And this is the fragment of, I guess, the essence of leftover essence of Caslana using that power to break through to where March is, right? And that is in a depths of the Grove of Epiphany. Why doesn't she just start the Aeronova? Because she can't. Because she can only be the demigod of time. She can't be the demigod of world bearing. She can only be one. How does he know where she is? He basically just fires off where the basically the maze is, right? And so basically where there's like a bunch of memoria. and it fires, then breaks the mace. And I guess this is where we also find out that the demigod of Earth in this cycle is acted weirdly. They didn't act like they usually did. Yeah, that Terravox. Yeah, that Terravox is not normal in the last. Wasn't normal in the last cycle, and Xander believes that maybe this is because of Evernights. Who is the world-bearing CEO in this time? In this time, it should be us. In this timeline, it should be us. Who needs Starbucks when we already got? Okay, now that's the other thing that we didn't realize, right? That the last two ones that weren't complete, it wasn't just time, that it was also Earth that wasn't complete. That Earth and time were the ones that weren't complete. That Avernite used her power to make people think that it was actually complete. And I guess this is, more about how Anaxa has been looking into Lagus's memories and, his information he holds. And he found something interesting, like something odd, right? And he asked Xander, what the hell is a demiurge, right? Like, because he deliberately finds, like, in the depths of his mind and asks what the demiurge is, right? Yeah, what is a demiurge? Which is like, and I think here is where I found it interesting. Yeah, because this is the first time demiurge is like mentioned, right? And I was like interested, right? Because demiurge in, let's say, some biblical texts is technically the one who was before God, right? Who sat in the throne of creation before he was. They were kicked out by gods. So I think I made the parallel of maybe that if we're using Amphoreus as, let's say, where the god of where Iron Tomb is, let's say, quote unquote God, the demiurge then referred to someone who was in that position in the scepter before uh Iron Tomb. I think I made that hypothesis. I'm not sure, but like it is a. If I didn't make that hypothesis, I think I already realized that it's a very interesting title to use, right? Demiurge. And the only reason, and the only reason I know, let's say, stuff, let's say, about like demiurge and shit, is because I fucking played SMT, and like terms like religious terms and that shit is a very common thing in that game series. Didn't start a Greek mythology. No, that demiurge isn't even Greek mythology, by the way. I'm pretty sure demiurge comes from Gnosticism, if I remember correctly. Platonic, yeah, and Platonic philosophy and Gnosticism, yeah. It's not from purely Greek mythos. Yeah, it's like a lot of different things. It's like old shit, old shit. And like the other reason I know like any of like obscure like let's say religions theology on stuff and like let's say occult stuff is literally because I've played a lot of SMT, Shin Megami Tensei, which uses the thematic of like religion and shits in a lot of the games. That's the only reason I know, and because I was interested and did like a bit of extra research in that stuff. But that's like because technically information like this you shouldn't really know it, right? Because you, and as you let's say did Unless you specifically do something like study, not even religion. I mean, I guess you could say religion, right? But specifically study uh, legends, like myths and legends. You would never really, let's say, ever come across stuff like this. So it's like I don't feel like I feel like it's very understandable for like no one to, or for the mass majority of people to not, let's say, pick up stuff, right? So I guess another way to say this is the only reason I know stuff like this is because I chose to not touch grass. That's essentially one other way to see it. I just chose to ignore grass, which is that can be seen as a positive or negative depending on the person. But yes. So ignore grass, except weird stuff. So Dan Hung, travels to the Grove of Epiphany, which was where Finan fired his laser. And Wu events. Okay. Oh, when I don't touch grass and Wu events. Okay. No, 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 no. I touched the Wu events. I just touched the Wu events in the last moment. I still touch them. I still touch them. Hold up, that sounds really wrong. I was gonna say I still do them, but that doesn't help. I still complete those events. Okay, that sounds better, even though it sounds more obnoxious. So so Danhang goes to the area and he notices that this area is like very much touched by the destruction. And I guess also finds like chimeras, right? Like they're like hiding right from everything. And we come across a Titan. I think this is where we ended yesterday. No, no, not yesterday. No. He comes across a Titan, right? And I think we end up learning that this is the Mountain Breaker, right? Oh no, we don't. This isn't the Mountain Breaker. We believe they call themselves Terravox, which is the demigod of Earth. Which is then like we learned that the only reason why they're alive is because they made a pact with March, well with Avernite, right? And the pact was that Terravox would protect this place, and in return, Avernite would ensure that he survives and doesn't die, right? And that apparently March promised Terravox a way for him to live forever, and that way supposedly is a transmutation arcanum, which is something specifically that is related to Dan Hung. Specifically Dan Fung, because if you remember the Dan Hung story, about the only reason why Dan Hung, let's say, remembers some stuff from his time as Dan, from the Dan Fung, when Dan Fung was a thing, was because of the transmutation arcanum. Because Vidyahara, who are I guess someone like, let's say like descendants of the Long, the sign of permanence, they are technically able to live forever via the process of I guess kind of like shedding, right? Where once the time ends, they essentially encase themselves and become an egg and are reborn. But in normal cases, when they die and encase themselves and become an egg and are reborn, the new version of them, or the next version of them, don't doesn't contain any memories of their previous life. However, with the transmutation arcanum, it enables for the future self to retain memories of the past self, which is why Dan Hung has like memories of Dan Fung, and that's a forbidden taboo in the Lao Fu, which is why Dan Hung was exiled from the Zhenshu Laofu originally, even though he himself didn't do anything and it was Dan Feng the whole time. But yeah. So what quote unquote Terravox wants is, the information of Dan Hunk, and you know, to get basically to reincarnate himself, right? Because he doesn't want to die and become immortal, right? Yeah. Yevihara, the permanence, dragon transmutation, resurrection. That's specifically what Saravox wants. Yeah, the earth is hungry, only permanence can satisfy it. So he specifically wants Dan Hung, who's a sign of permanence. And I guess Long, the permanence, is another Aeon, who's meant to be like a giant cosmic dragon, but like the thing with Long is that after a while, like Long kind of just disappeared, so no one really knows what happened to Long. But people just believe that Long Long died at some point. It's like not really known what happened to them. It's more than likely that they're alive, right? Because yeah, it's more than likely that they're alive somewhere, right? And no, I don't mention the stuff about Impact Third because it will like confuse a lot of people who have no reference to Impact Third right now. We'll talk about that maybe when we talk about do a Impact Third recap. It's not even classic. It's because the way Part Two story has incorporated stuff about HSR and like the Star Rail stuff. Long is more important there, well, kinda, but without any reference to all of that storyline, it would no one you wouldn't really understand what exactly I mean. How was he there before? Who? Terravox. Avernite basically took him there. And with all of since we're in an era with such memorial, right? Because this is where um the memory maze was. Dan Hung kind of like sees causes a apparition of Dan Funk to, I guess, be formed. So now Dan Hung is in a journey with Dan Funk. I mean Dan Hung. Oh, Dan Hung. I mean, we can assume he probably rushed here, right? Or maybe was TP'd by Ligers to the situation, right? I mean, he could like walk here, right? Because it's not like there's no roads. He could walk here, he could get TP'd here, right? He just has to get to this point. He knows where he has to go, so he just has to get there. And became the CEO of Earth randomly. Not really. He becomes the CEO of Earth at the end here. Yeah, and I guess this is like where goes a bit more about the. This goes a bit more about the process of what happened with Dan Fang, right? Of how video horror usually are meant to forget the past, but because of the preceptors interference, Dan Fang kept memories. Dan Hung kept memories of Dan Fang. Who the fuck is Dan Fang? You know how I said how the Vidyaraha, the dragon people, the way they let's say quote unquote live forever is by reincarnating, by after they die they encase themselves in an egg and then they are then reborn, right? Dan Fang was the previous life of Dan Hung. So once Dan Fang died, From his egg came Dan Hung. Oh my god, these fucking songs are like, Jesus Christ, they make me feel old. That's too much of a coincidence. What do you mean? What is too much of a coincidence? He was once God here. Who? Who's God? Dan Hung. Dan Hung wasn't a God. Are you talking about Dan Fung? Dan Fung was the Dan Hung's previous life. But Dan Fung, after Dan Fung died, there was like some Lao stuff, which caused so that when Dan Hung, was born. Oh, how did he get here? Oh, it's to do with the memorial, because this is the area where which where with the memory maze, to hide where Evernight was. Since there's so much memorial here, it caused the appearance of Dan Fung. So it's not like he's here. It's just like it's like Dan Hung is kind of like seeing Dan Fung here because of all like the memorial that's in this area. So it's not like he's here. It's like a memory of him is here from Dan Hung's memory, if that makes sense. Well, I think that's how it's explained anyway. Yeah, because yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it's like explained that why he even shows up here. Yeah, because it's just like a memory. And then they just, realize that okay, Terravox has kind of got manned right over time. Yeah, we'll probably have to get rid of Terravox. And then we see like small fragments of memory here, right? Because we see like the chibis, Xian, Chion, and Chinon, right? And yeah, like we interact with them, although they don't know us, right? Because it's the new cycle, which Dan Hung wasn't a part of. Uh, doesn't Evernight want Earthflame too? Um. Yeah, the Shibichian and Chinon are from the last cycle. That's why they don't recognize Dan Hung, because Dan Hung was never in the last cycle until now. And I guess yes, but she is mainly keeping Terravox alive because he's acting like a bodyguard essentially. And if she knows like if she is the time to get Terravox's core flame, she knows where he is, right? Who is she waiting for? Who? Avernite. I guess Avernite was waiting for us, to get to that point. And during this time, Avernite is with Black Swan, right? Yeah, and then there's like memories of yeah, these are either a memory of Terravox or is a memory of us, right? So the memories of Chibi Chan being here is a memory of that is a leftover memory. We were there and she cooked us. Who Avenite. She kicked us because we wouldn't agree to her plan. That's why she kicked us and chopped us. And so we have to go through this area to try and get to the depths of this area, right? And so we meet like we meet like Bartholos, right? Because Bartholos is here like hiding, right? And so he's not spotted by Evernight. He basically silenced himself so he can't be seen. Are we going for the world bearing flame or to Evernight? Evernight. Because Evernight has us, right? So Danhung is going after Evernight right now. Because the world bearing flame doesn't matter if we're not here, right? So we need to get found first. So yeah, so we go through it, right? And then we like see memories of other um crisis airs. And since Danhang, let's say, learned how to use the Phagos's prayer, he used that prayer to essentially find Hysolence, a memory of Hysolence, right? So she's only missing Earth. Who? Avanites? Uh, I mean, I guess you could say that. I mean, she technically has Earth because Earth is working with her, but she needs to try and convince us, to agree with her plan because we're the only ones that can carry on world bearing. Yeah, and I guess this is where we learned that from Hysolence that Earth has abandoned the Flame Chase journey, and that he wants. I guess it kind of reiterates that Terravox wants the power of permanence to live forever. Who put all the flames there? The other Chrysosers. Because while we were stuck in the cage, Lycus's cage, they continued the the Flame Chase journey, knowing that at some point we will be back, right? So they prepared everything. So that we just had to finish the so that we just had to finish it when we came back. So yeah, they themselves like already put the flames there. And so, it's just more talk between Hysolence and sorry, not Hysolence. Dan Hung and Dan Fung, right? So we did nothing so far. Uh what, the Trailblazer? I mean, I guess we managed to. Well, I mean, technically, we managed to get Serija and Hysolence on our side, right? For the Flame Chase journey. But as soon as we did that, we got put into the jail, Lycus's jail. So, yeah, I mean, technically, we did nothing. Right? Because by the end of 5.5, 3.5, sorry, we tried to finish it, right? And we managed, to store Ligers, did the stuff with Ligers. But then Evernight showed up and went, you don't want to work with me? Well, sucks to be you now, doesn't it? And then chopped us. So now Dan Hung is trying to find us, right? And so we carry on for the journey, and I think that's where we ended here. Yeah, that's where we ended here. Yeah, so we going through the grove, traveling down. Hold up, why the hell can I hear myself? No, 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 no. And as we're traveling down, we start to see more memories. Specifically, we start to see more of Dan Fung's memories. Are we stuck in a dream right now? Who? Trailblazer. Trailblazer, yes. We're like stuck in a memory in a dream right now, and we can't get out. We're stuck in a dream right now. We can't get out. So one way to try and find us is well, Danhong doesn't really know how he's gonna find us, but he's gonna try and find Evernight, right? Because we should be with Evernight. And so this is where we see a memory of Dan Feng, right? Of when he met the Cloud Knight, the was it the Cloud Knight Quintet? I can't remember. I think it was Cloud Knight Quintet, right? And you see a happy Blade, an old but happy Blade, right? Who doesn't want to die. And you also see like a smiling Jing Liu, which is a very weird because it's a very contrastful to how they are now, right? Where Jing Liu is all very no emotion, and the same with Blade, who just wants to die but looks young. But and the only one who's very much similar is, I guess, Jing Yuan, right? But yeah, so we, I guess, get more, let's say, insight into how they were, right? With and how Dan Feng was, right? Yeah, yeah. We see more of the relationship between Dan Feng and those three, and then we finally catch up to who we thought was Terravox, right? But we actually learned that no, that wasn't actually Terravox. It was instead Geoclus the Mountain Breaker. And Geoclus the Mountain Breaker is the one who was supposed to be, I think, the demigod of Earth before, right? And he's the one that, if you remember back to, if you remember back to, when we spoke about Maide's story, right? About how Maide wasn't sure of how he wanted to, of whether he wanted to be the king of the Castron Cremonians, right? And then the Carthonas told him the story about Geoclus, the mountain breaker, who set fire to the mountain so he could move his people, right? So they wouldn't be isolationist anymore. This is him from that story. But he's still alive here. Yeah. This is basically him when basically wanting the power of permanence, right? To live forever, for specifically for Terravox, right? And the reason why he didn't really trust the Flame Chase journey is because he believed that in the Flame Chase journey, there was only space for humans and not for Titankins, so he didn't completely trust it. And that's why he diverged from it. And then we fight the fucker and we beat the fucker. Yeah. We fight him, we kill him, and then Terravox, like, shows up. The Titan of Earth, right? Was Terravox the Titan of Earth or not? I actually can't remember. Well, he's a demigod of Earth, I think. Yeah. Terravox is the Terravox was the demigod of Earth, sorry. My bad, my bad. And basically, sorry, I got it confused. Geoclus was never the demigod of Earth. It was Terravox. Sorry, I'm like getting a few things mixed up. My bad, chat. It's been I'm trying to like put things like together in my head properly. So apologies if I'm making like, let's say, some errors. Because Jesus Christ, we've been doing this for like a week. Okay. So yeah, Starbucks is here. Yeah, we learn a bit more about what happened with Terravox, right? And Terravox was someone who wanted to kind of like continue living, right? Hold up, let me read this properly so I don't get this wrong. Oh, I guess the reason why sorry. The reason why Terravox worked with Avernite was because he, I guess, didn't see that Geoclus' death was fair, right? Because I guess he kind of like blamed himself for Geoclus' death, since Geoclus never believed that Terravox's decision towards Cereja. But because he didn't believe in it, he ended up dying, and Terravox found that unfair. So he ended up working with Evernight so that he could try and, let's say, find a way to bring Terravox back, Geoclus back to life, right? Because he regretted causing Geoclus's death. If that makes sense, I think that pretty much makes sense, chat. If it doesn't make sense, like, uh, do tell me, because it makes sense in my head, but I'm not sure if it makes sense to you. My head hurts. Well, I mean, I am like going over like a lot of like different points of the story and trying to make it sense, make sense of it. So, yeah. I mean, as long as you get the rough idea, I think it's fine. Just tell us how we peep talked him. I guess it's more that the sense that since Cyberbox will see like over time, right? Um, he like so much time has passed, right? That he no longer, let's say, has the same motivation as he did once more, right? Because like the what Heisling specifically says, right? 1,000 years have passed, and your mind has long since been shattered, right? Like essentially has worn out. Terravox. Terravox has essentially worn out, right? And he tells us that in the deepest steps of Amphoreus is where the great tomb where all the past is buried, and that Evernight is in there, right? And that before Evernight arrived, no one knew of its existence, right? And I guess how so? How so of what? Sorry. So how of what? Sorry, not how so. We convince him. It's not much that we convince him. It's much more like in the sense that he was tired, right? Like he no longer, let's say, had the same willpower he once did, right? And so Danhang burst bodyguard from forest. You can say yes, right? But also, technically, no one before us ever managed to reach, find the tomb where Evernight was hiding. And so then Danhang asks Tervox if what is he willing to sacrifice for the power of permanence? And Tervox literally goes like everything, right? Right. And so we essentially kind of like see what Tervox wants, right? And Danhang basically then decides to pick up um basically decides to inherit Teravox's power and become the demigod of Earth, right? Because even though, let's say, what Teravox has done isn't, let's say, the best of things, Danhang doesn't understand his motives behind it, right? His drive or why he did this, right? Because he did it for his basically for his comrades, right? Because he always found out how it was unfair of what happened to them, and Danhang himself does understand that motivation, right? And then understands that the Earth must always be a stable force, right? I don't get Tarbox's story. I know he just wants to die. Well, Tarbox's story specifically in this section, in the new cycle, in the last cycle, is that Tarbox was agreed to work with Ceregerite for the Flame Chase journey, but Geocles, the Mountain Breaker, who was Tarbox's comrade, didn't believe Cereger's word that Tarbox actually agreed to work with her, and so he rebelled against Cereger and ended up dying. And Terravox never found this fair, right? Because he didn't believe that Geocles would die like that. So he agreed to work with Evernight because he saw in Evernight's memory Dunhung's the transmutation arcanum, right, which was to bring the dead back to life. So that's why Terravox wanted to agree to work with Evernight. And in return, Evernight would, let's say, give him the opportunity to learn that, but in return, Terravox had to protect Evernight's trace, right, so she couldn't be found. However, over a millennia, I guess Terravox ended up gaining understanding that it was futile, right? That wish wasn't, let's say, the best of wishes, right? So he essentially wore himself out over time. And at this point, he's not, let's say, he doesn't have the power anymore to resist Dunhung, right? If Dunhung wanted to kill Terravox to continue forward. So that's why it's not that he just wants to die. It's more like he knows that he can't really do anything, right? That he can't really stop Dunhung, right? And so however, Dunhung, let's say, has an understanding of Terravox's motivations, right? Why does Dunhung want him dead? Well, technically, Dunhung would want him dead because he's in the way, right? He's preventing Danhung from advancing and reaching Evernight, right, to find us. However, Danhung finds an understanding in Terravox's motivation and motives, right, of like why he did this, right, of why he technically betrayed everyone, and it was all because of Geocles, right, and Danhung understands this, and that's why in the end Danhung asks him a question of like, that's why he asks him here that after all this time, how much are you willing to sacrifice for the power of permanence, right? Which will essentially give him the power to bring Geocles back. And even after all this time, even though he's worn himself out, Terravox would still give up everything, right? And that the reason why he wants to do it is because he still believes that it's unfair. Geocles' death was unfair, right? And Danhung understands this, right? That's why he tells Terravox to give him his core flame, right? And that Danhung's immortal body will carry on Terravox's will. What is permanent? Well, permanence. Permanence is the power of the Aeon of Permanence of Long, right? And I believe it's vague, but it's basically what allows Danhang and the rest of the Vidaraha to essentially, quote unquote, live forever, right? Via the Vidaraha death and rebirth cycle. That is what specifically it is. Because the power of permanence hasn't specifically been gone in depth into, right? Because it always it's been like, corresponding to Aeon Long, and that is, related to the Lao Fu, right? Because they were the progenitors of all dragons, and their science and interpretation of immortality. Yeah, there's it's kind of a way to um is their way of living forever without actually living forever, right? Because they choose to live forever via reincarnation rather than actually just living immortality. What the Danhang law? It's like a mix of Danhang law from 1.1, 1.2, I think. Right? It's like very early, like Lao Fu story stuff. Because I'm pretty sure, like the sign of permanence stuff was only mentioned like very early on in the Yang in the Lao Fu sections, right? And then since then it hasn't really, let's say, been further expanded on, right? Although it does, let's say, okay, I haven't done chapter 10 yet for Impact Thirds, but in Impact Thirds, okay, we're going into Impact Third when I didn't really want to do this, but in Impact Thirds, there's a character called Narla, Ha, and she's also a sign of permanence. And once again touches the stuff about permanence again, right? And chapter 9 goes into it a bit more with Coralie and stuff. Not gonna go into it. I know that she shows up again in chapter 10. So there is there's a good chance that we learn more about specifically permanence, right? Because okay, I'll say this specifically with the sign of permanence, but specifically her, right? Because she's different from, let's say, Dan Hung. Because you know how Dan Hung, when he go both games in ping ponging swords. I don't know. But you know how Dan Hung, he can transform into Dan Hung ill. Yeah, you know how he can transform into uh where's this fuck into Dan Hung ill, right? With the power of permanence. Uh Narla, she can literally transform into a cosmic dragon and flies in the cosmos, right? So it's like, yeah, it's like you see kind of like a different scale to Danhong, to permanence. But ignore that for now. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter to the story right now. I was just going in a bit into more about specifically permanence, right? Because HSR does mention permanence, but it hasn't really gone too depth into it, right? It's been more or less briefly mentioned here and there. But yeah, so essentially, Danhang essentially says that he will take on Terravox, right, and become the next. He will essentially use his body as an arc for the Earth, right? And Terravox essentially agrees, right, with Danhang, right, because he agrees with. Dan Heng's idea that he will act as an arc for the future, right? For the future of the Earth. And this is where Dan Heng becomes the demigod of Earth. And this is where Dan Heng gets his and this is where Dan Heng gets his you know how every crisis they got a prophecy when they became it, right? This is where you shall take your own grave and burn in the furnace of rebellion. So this is supposedly how Dan Heng is meant to die. The song fits. What, complicated? Yeah, I mean, it does fit. It does fit. It is a good song, though. God, Avril Lavigne's like like a lot of Avril Lavigne songs are actually pretty good. How will he die? We don't know yet, but like that's what his prophecy was, right? And technically, all of the other crises died in a manner that followed the prophecy, right? Like Aglaya be drowned in gold, Maide be stabbed in the back, Cypher dying over loose change. Like they've all very much died in accordance to the prophecy that they got. Now for this might be something for something in the future, right? For like a future story. How did Terravox get the flame? Because he was a demigod of Earth. Like he was the one who was with it, right? But like originally he was with the Flame Chase journey, but you know, because of what happened with Geoclus, he diverted from it. And so we, you know, we got Dan Heng Pro Ultra Max. Yeah, Dan Heng Pro Ultra Max. And I guess this is, and I guess the whole point of, let's say, the Dan Feng like situation in 2.3.6 so far, I guess it was more to get an understanding of Dan Feng, but also I guess for Dan Heng to come into acceptance of like the Dan Feng situation, right? And more of an understanding of it. And yeah, at least he understands. Yeah. And now, since Dan Heng is now the demigod of Earth because he has the core flame, um, he's essentially able to basically scour the whole Earth, right? And he uses this power, and this is like in this animated short is where we see he uses the power to try and search for us. Like you see like how imagery of him like going through like different sections of the world, right, over time to look for us. And yeah, by using the power of Earth, and then he ends up finding us, right? He uses with the help of his memory to try and find us, and he manages to find us. And that is this moment, which is very, very. Oh my god. Okay. 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 My bad if I like start talking about more and more about Impact Third the more we go along, but from like 3.5 onwards, well, 3.6 onwards to 3.7, either I'm like too brain rotted, but they started making more and more references and more linking to Impact Thirds. And as someone who knows the Impact Third story very well, I can't I can't help to not, you know, see those connections. So yeah, so my bad if like you start to get irritated by that. By me like starting like continuously making those like bridges. Because this is essentially fucking Rubia. How Honkai will the next patch be? I actually think very little, considering it's gonna go back to Penacony and with the Dahlia stuff. So we'll see. But yeah, so Danfeng with the power of with the power of Earth, managed to find us and saved us. All right, and with us and Dan Hung, we'll go into the um we'll go into the tomb. And then this is what Dan Hung mentions, like the power called Oblivion, just like an emanatus. Alright. Which I guess is then curious, but we'll talk about it a bit more next patch. Yeah, we'll talk a bit about it when when we end 2.6. But then we'll talk about it even more in when we finish 3.7. Which oh my god. Chad, do you think like an hour and a half is enough for like 3.7? Surely, right? Oh my god. Okay, because like, how have I been like? I didn't even freaking stall that much, right? Because I'm pretty sure like quickly went into like talking about the story. But how the fuck are we 3 hours in? Oh my god. How are we 3 hours in, chat? So, can someone explain this to me? I don't understand. Too many small stories happening. Is there? Is there too many small stories? I know, like we like diverted when we talked a bit about Marsha's past, and then I guess a bit about Dan Hung's like stuff with the permanents and stuff. But was that like way too many? I don't know. It didn't feel like it was that many. But I guess we're doing 2.6 today then. 3.6 today then. Jesus Christ. Okay. So yeah, so now what we're so now that we've reunited with us, so now that we've reunited with Dan Hung, um yeah, now that we've reunited with Dan Hung, um oh, and I guess the reason why I guess I'll talk about it a bit right now, but well, yeah, this is what I'm going to talk about it a bit now rather than later. Oblivion is essentially relates to the power of the Enigmata, right? Because you know how I mentioned the Enigmata is like the basically the counter opposite of remembrance, where the how the remembrance wants to remember everything, and Enigmata wants basically to forget everything by replacing it with false information. And the power of Oblivion, which is that, was attempted to be used on everyone in Amphoreus, right, to make them forget about us. And the reason why they didn't forget about us is because of Castores. Because Castores, what was it again? Oh, where is it? Freaking go for it. Yeah, because Castores used the power of Thanatos, or the power of death, to essentially prevent the corrosion of the memory of us, so we weren't forgotten. Forget about Evernight, us, and Dunhung. No, to forget about us. Just us, because they didn't know about Dunhung, and they didn't know about Evernight, right? In this timeline, they only knew us. and she wanted to use the power of oblivion to make them forget about us. She protected that. Yeah, essentially, that's essentially what Castor's did with her power. And so yeah, so now we're done hung. We go forward into the um into the tomb where neither destruction nor erudition can touch. And so this is all just remembrance now. Only the remembrance now. And now this is, I guess, where we see that the tomb is kind of weird looking. What the hell is this? It's very, very weird looking. And so we go to the tomb. And we cut off to, I guess we cut off back to Black Swan and Avenite, right? Because surprisingly, Avenite didn't completely kill Black Swan. And there's a reason for that. Why she didn't completely just kill Black Swan like she did with the others. Or I guess torture her. And that's because Black Swan, let's say, doesn't, let's say, really work with the other snatchers, right? Because, yeah, because she's clearly not working with the other ones, right? And yeah, I guess Evan like is showing that Evanite's aware that 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 Danhang became the demigod of Earth and rescued us. Yeah, and specifically that Black Swan hasn't been tainted by the Garden's dark sides. And yeah, I guess this is where it's talking about how this is where the kernel, or I guess the core of Amphoreus, the heart of Amphoreus is. Yeah, the great tomb of the nameless Titan. And this is where it's like the 13th Titan, essentially, right? Because supposedly there was only 12 Titans, right? But there's actually secret 13th one, which, then it actually goes now to the, like the 13 Flame Chasers, not just 12. But that's just a small hits. What are they searching for? Uh, well, Danhang and us, the Trailblazer, are searching for other knights. And Avenite is just talking to Black Swan, showing her some stuff. And I guess she's showing Black Swan of the importance of remembrance to um the importance of remembrance to Amphoreus. And I guess specifically this is the beginning of March's journey, right? Because you know how March was here for 97 days? This is the beginning of March's journey. Of how when March came into Amphoreus, this is where she first came to. And I guess this is more and more when it talks about how there was like the presence of three emanators in Amphoreus, of how the emanator of destruction, being Iron Tomb, the emanator of erudition being Ligers, Xandar, and then who is the secret third emanator of remembrance? Because technically they haven't appeared so far, right? Yeah, and then it's like further explains it, right, of how when March 7th was seized, it was a ripple of remembrance that protected her and sent her here. Which I think is like supports the thing that I said, right, of how they basically had a resonance between the children of As Navarra, the children of Fully. And then this is where like Black Swan starts to hypothesize that the Amulet of Remembrance in Amphoreus was continuously protecting Amphoreus until we arrived. And this is like where March is in front of the door, but she can't enter, right? But then we also see like this strange things, right? Where it says like executing format protocol, lambda 003, like this stuff, right? With like a lot of blood stuff out. But then the weird thing is welcome back us, right? But it's like, huh? How can it be welcome back us when at this point in time we haven't even been into Amphoreus? So it's kind of like this is where it starts to, I guess, give you a hint about the time loop thing, about the time loop conundrum that you don't really matter until the end of 3.7. Because I don't think she gets inside, does she? I can't remember, does she? Yeah, okay, and then this tells us that the time when March came in is on the 36th cycle, right? On the cycle that we're in the second to last cycle, sorry. And yeah, this is like more of the stuff where how then yeah, okay, so she never got access inside, but after this she woke up in the abyss of fate, and then Oryx was calling her mother, and yeah, yeah. And then over the next, then it talks about over the next 97 days of how March traveled through Amphoreus, right? And I think this is also where it mentions that who's Oryx's mom? Well, Oryx's mom is technically Oryx's dad, which is technically fully right. It's because it's like the called like the All Father, right? But I don't think I don't think I mentioned this back when we talked about 3.1. Yeah, when we did Chibi's story, right? But remember when we did the Chibius story towards the end, and I talked about how Chibius had to escape from um Hannasopolis, right, to start the Flame Chase journey. But she was also like protected by, let's say, like a spirit, right? By some like it was like what people thought it was like the Titans, right? That maybe the Titans protected Chibius from the gods. But no, the one who actually protected Chibius when she was escaping Hannasopolis was actually March 7th. Because even though she couldn't interact with people, she could still, let's say, use a bit of power to, protect her. Fully told her son to give her daughter the scepter. Fully told her son to give the daughter the scepter. Kinda. It's a bit. We'll talk about it more on 3.7 because we need the full context of 3.7 to talk about fully. But yeah, this is just like when at the end of March's journey, at the 97th day, when like of how like March tried to do so much, but in the end, like at most she could do was like influence a bit, right? Yeah, and then this is where you see how how I said that they were protected by like some form of like bubble, like Danhang and the Trailblazers were like protected. Yeah, this is where Evanite says that she protected us, right? When they broke through the seal. Uh, wasn't that all in the first cycle? Yeah, that's all. That was all in the first cycle. This, yeah, that was all in the first cycle. Well, technically 36, but yeah, essentially the first cycle. We were there. Yeah, we were there, but before we were there, before we, this is in the 36 cycle, but this was before we entered, right? Because March was already in Amphoreus for some time before then. And then I guess this is where Evernight talks about the other journey, right? The other journey that people that was forgotten. When did we enter in Forest? We entered on the 36th cycle. So on the same cycle which March did, but at a later time. So let's say we entered in 4,352, and the year 4,352. March entered on Forest in the 4,102. So she entered at an earlier point in time than us. Yeah, and then this is where we start to learn about the story of Cyrene. Because throughout the whole of throughout the Amphoreus storyline, we've essentially learned everyone's story now, right? With the exception of Cyrene. So this is where we start learning about Cyrene's story of what she went through. And we learn that essentially, well, I guess before we get to that point, uh, Dan Hung and us, like, we tried to get in, right? But, we don't really know how to get in, right? And, we learned that we need permission to get inside. Like, we then also hear this message saying, like, welcome back us. But then it's like, huh? But then we remember that this is very familiar to something, right? And we remember that this is very familiar to, like, how when we got the Because of You book, the As I've Written, right? And then we tried to use the book, and then we learned that the book is actually an access or like a key to get inside. So it's like, oh, suspicious. And then we see Cyrene. How did Avernite get in? I believe that is why Avernite wanted to become the demigod of time, because that essentially let her get access into this place. Because before she became the demigod of time, I don't think Avernite could get access to this place. But after she did, she came in. Or, like, the other explanation could be because of her resonance with Cyrene as being children of Anasrava. Like, it could be either of those two reasons. I don't remember which one it was, but it could, like, be one of those two reasons. But yeah, so now we're inside and we start seeing, like, different, let's say, Cyrenes inside here, right? And we try to communicate with the Cyrene, but the Cyrene is, like, communicating with someone else, right? And each time she communicates with them, um, we see that the Cyrene gets formatted. So essentially, she gets killed after a bit by the Scepter. How did she get the time flame? I mean, we can assume that she either killed Orynyx, B corrupted Orynyx to get the time flame. Yeah, it's like multiple things. I thought Finon had to kill Cyrene every time. Well, essentially, kinda right. But after, let's say, Cyrene, let's say, quote unquote, died, she was sent to this place, to the tomb of the uh, Forgotten Titan. Right? And yeah, so this is where Cyrene went after each time. So every time Cyrene, let's say, a cycle started, and it started with Final, while the stuff with Final was happening, at the same time, Cyrene is basically experiencing this. Yeah, that Cyrene who should have died at the start of every occurrence, instead of dying, they like was sent here. Right, and then from this we see that and then through this we end up learning more about like that Cyrene was talking to someone when she was here. That she was talking to someone, maybe she was talking to the Scepter? That we don't know, right? But she was essentially kind of like telling the story of Amphoreus to whoever was here, right? I think I said that maybe she's talking to the Demiurge, right? Which, you know, technically she was, right? But we learned that later on, right? Uh, yeah, so we go in, we do like some puzzles to get in further. Did I actually complete this puzzle? Or am I thick? I think I'm thick, and I didn't complete this puzzle. Did I? Am I dented? No, no, I said I completed this puzzle. No, I didn't complete this puzzle. Hold up. Did I? No, I'm dented. I didn't complete that puzzle. Okay, I'm dented. Okay. So yeah, we. Nice, Shima. Shut the fuck up. So yeah, so we go on. We like start seeing like different Syrenes, right, from like different, um, I guess, reoccurrences, right? And each time they're talking to, they're talking to someone, but at the same time, while they're talking to someone, we also kind of realize that Cyrene starts to get slightly jaded, right? That she starts to believe that maybe it's like not worth it, right? And I guess this is also where we start to get slightly hints about something, but we don't really know what that is, right? When like Dan Hong starts talking about how we don't know the role they played in Amphoreus, that being fully, but if Cyrene accidentally stepped onto the path of remembrance, then her sacrifice wasn't just for resetting the cycle. There was another purpose, right? And I guess well, each time we, I guess, went through this area, we kept having to insert the book, right? So we kept having to transfer data to something, and yeah, it's like we're nurturing something, right? And then we kind of get to this area, which is like a data center. We get to like a data center, right? Because it very much looks like a data center, like all of that storage, like storage of information, right? So you could argue like this is the true face, the actual how Amphoreus actually looks like, right? And yeah, so it's just more of like Cyrene talking to someone, right? And then expanding on some stuff and telling stories to someone. Which we have an idea of like who it is, right? But well, we don't have an idea of who it is, but we just know it's to someone. Hold up. The Remembrance has always been an observer of the universe since their birth. Hmm. I guess it's phrases like this which is meant to. Now that I read this, it's phrases like this which is meant to, like, say, keep us from, let's say, question fully, right? The essence of fully, right? Because this is meant to make us believe or continue to believe that fully is like has already been born, like was born like a long time ago. I won't dwell too much into this, right? Because 3.7 chat 3.7, like a lot of this like makes sense with the context of 3.7, which we are close to. Uh, Surely. What do you mean, surely? I mean, we can technically do 3.7 today. It would just be rushed. But yeah, this is like no, no, no. Uh-huh. However, this is like talking more about how the supposed emanates of remembrance that's in Amphoreus is like maybe not, let's say, like an emanator, but maybe like a miracle. But it's like still not. We don't still don't have like a clear understanding of what exactly it is, right? Because then we like say then see this legend of Fully, right, where Fully sits in meditation in the Anasrava, Pure Land, spreading the seeds of remembrance across the universe. And when the cosmos ends, all the different realms will be reborn in their garden. Right? That's like supposedly what Fully's doing. But then I guess with the context 3.7, it actually has a different definition. Every path has one emanation and multiple children. No. I think that's specifically for Fully, for the children of Anasrava. I think Fully's the only one that, let's say, has that sort of concept. No, like, uh, every path like can have like different number of emanators. Because freaking Destruction has, I think, 6 or 7 emanators. Right? Yeah, Destruction has 6 or 7 emanators. We know that Preservation has at least one, which is Diamond. Because we know Diamond is an emanator. We know that Aha, Elation, has made emanators before. And Nihility, obviously, Acheron, and Erudition. Like, there's multiple emanators of Erudition. For example, Liges is an emanator of Erudition, but so is Herta. Herta is also an emanator of Erudition, right? And the same with, like, the Laofu, of how I think every general is technically an emanator. No, 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 not every general. I'm pretty sure Jing Yuan is, and so is Marshal Hua. They're emanators of the hunts. Yeah. Abundance. Abundance, we don't know who would be, let's say, like an emanator of abundance, right? Because we haven't really interacted too much with the abundance. Like, the only time we've interacted with the abundance is, getting rid of the Sanctus Medicus and the Laofu. Harmony. Um, Same with Harmony. Although we've interacted with Harmony, I don't think we've met any emanator of Harmony. Yeah, no, we haven't. What do you like? Different Aeons have like different amount of emanators. Some have more, some have less. So yeah. Okay, so that's that. Is this? Yeah, this is when we start realizing that the actual important thing to reset the time, that to reset time of Amphoreus is the ceremonial blades. Like the blade that Cyrene had at the start, and then the one that Flame Reaver gets. Yeah, now using the ceremonial blade each time we, well, find and use the ceremonial blade to kill Cyrene each time, and then the ceremonial blades send Cyrene's soul to the tomb of the Forgotten Titan, and that's how the loop occurred, the eternal reoccurrence occurred, and the reason why, supposedly the reason why Fully's gaze was always on Amphoreus is because Cyrene believed that by continuing to tell the stories, the Fully would continuously be interested in Amphoreus. Does he need all the flames for that? What, to reset time, to reset the cycles? Uh, maybe not. To kill Cyrene, no, because Cyrene was essentially killed at the start of the each journey, right? So she would essentially be extremely weak. So no, he technically wouldn't need that power. But the reason why he kept all the flames, why Finan kept all the flames of all the different reoccurrences was more, let's say, as a remembrance of his hatred towards Nanook and the destruction. Okay, so yeah. So essentially, now we have a better understanding of what Cyrene went through, right? Of why Cyrene did the stuff she did. And yeah. So we have to get to the other side, and to do that, we need to, let's say, activate some terminals. And over here, over time, we see changes, right? Changes in kind of like the system, right? Because before, in like the earlier cycles, the system would almost, let's say, kill Cyrene very quickly, right? But like there were like moments when, like you can see here, right, when the system kind of like had like had random errors, which would essentially kind of like, as Cyrene interprets it as if the system encourages her, right, gives her more time. So it kind of shows like how she's, let's say, quote unquote, changing the system, right? But we don't really understand what exactly this means until later. Stealing for stories, yeah, I mean that's one way you can see it, yeah. So yeah, we continue, carry on until we activate all the things, so we can activate the pathway to the next area. Yeah, because it's just us seeing more sirens, right? And basically how like I said, how like at some point she got jaded, but she still continued with her journey, right? And the question, like during all this whole time, is like, who is Cyrene essentially talking to, right? And then you can see how like Cyrene always goes on about like remembering love, right? And then welcome to the Demi-Edge Matrix. And now we have finally caught up to, what the hell did I just press? Oh, too early. Yeah, and now we have caught up to we have started to catch up to the listener, or supposedly who Cyrene was talking to. And you can see all of like the different dead Cyrenes here, right? How is your day going? My day isn't too bad. Just I guess going over them for a storyline, which is something, but not too bad, not too bad. How about you, Jenny? Jenny's here. Hold up. It is not sausage just yet. It's sausage depending on what happens next. But yeah, like you can see all of the dead sirens here, right? Who died in this area, in this place. 33 million sirens. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, 33 million sirens. It would have been the same amount of sirens as same amount of sirens as finance. And then we find Avernite, right? And what Avernite essentially tells us is that what Sari was doing is futile, right? That there was no that the tomb's empty, right? That there's no one here, that there is no actual demiurge, that it doesn't exist, right? That we were lied to, that there's like actual no hope here, right? So that there's I don't know that supposedly that we have like no hope against Iron Tomb, right? Because we were thinking that maybe if we find the secrets of the tomb, right, and of the hidden Titan, that maybe let's say that we can, find more not ideas, but find more ways to fight against Iron Tomb. If you don't mind, can I ask you something? Yeah, sure, go ahead. Go ahead. Wrong on a Shroud shout. I mean, maybe. That's essentially what Sire what blah, blah, blah. What Evernight says, and I guess she calls the Demiurge the first Norris spore, right? And I guess the Norris spore relates back to Anax's questions, right? About like where did everyone come from, right? Let's see, what are you asking? Digital artists doing some quick commissions for very little prices. If you're interested, I could show you some of my previous works. I'm good, Jay. I'm good, Jenny. Yeah, I'm good. I am quite good. I am okay. I'm not let's say looking to commission any works, regardless of it's an expensive or cheap piece. At least have a look if you might be interested. I mean, I guess you can DM me on my Discord. The Discord's the same as my Twitch name. And I'll look after stream. But, like, don't get your hopes up. I'm not commissioning anything. I should probably make my freaking Discord as not to get messages from just anyone, shouldn't I? Eh. But no, yeah, I'm like not gonna look at anything until after stream, so yeah. Okay, let's see. Let's see. So where were we up to? Oh, yeah, the North sport. Like that's what Anaxa wanted to find, right? Because he questioned like where did everything come from, right? Because everyone had to come from somewhere, right? So I guess the equivalence of this would kind of be like the chicken and the egg, like which came first, right? And Avenite says that the everything originated from the demiurge, right? Which is like, hmm. uh, I think this then can be related back to what, uh, yeah, then this can be related back to what, Liger spoke to about, spoke to Anaxa, right, before, right, of how they were talking about what not the demiurge, right, was, but what actually, no. This comes to later. Okay, ignore what I just said. The North Spurs. Well, yeah, this is essentially what I was saying, right? Of how like there's actually nothing here, right? Of how it's a lie. There's no one here. And like an empty cold void is the only thing that's here. And supposedly, The demiurge, which is what's fully planted, wasn't actually anything, right? Is what Evernight believes. But I don't think Evernight knows. Yeah. Yeah, this is what like Evernight believes that since like there was nothing here that Cyrene basically gave herself up to nothing. She believes that fully actually sided with the destruction, right? Send your requests. Yeah, I'll check out the stream. Yeah, this is like essentially what Evernight ends up believing from what she sees. And once again, this is something that I'm going to repeat again that 3.7 further expands on like what this all actually means, right? Well, actually, the actual reality is because 3.6 really does leave like a lot of questions, right? And a lot of let's say assumptions makes you assume a lot of things with from what Evernight says, right? Yeah, then this is just more about like how supposedly fully would devour their edition when, yeah. Like that this is meant to be like a continuance of the War of the Aeons, right? What is she saying though? Who Avanites? She's essentially trying to like continue the narrative that fully is a piece of shit. That fully essentially lied to Cyrene. That there was actually no real hope in what Cyrene was doing. Right. That it was actually all meaningless. From what she's essentially gathered right here, and essentially starts to tell Black Swan about what she proposed to us. Right. About creating the world a flawless Amphoreus. Yeah. Yeah. And the only way for that war to be flawless is to basically destroy all the memories which Cyrene made, right? Basically, all the memories that Cyrene made, because that's the only way it can be flawless without any imperfection, is what Evernight believes. Yeah. Yeah, like this is we learn more about I guess we learn more about Evernight's essentially goal, right? When her wish is to kill the Path of Remembrance, which then should also give you like more hints about Evernight's, let's say, alignment, right? Of it, like the only one that really wants to kill the Remembrance is Enigmata, right? It really does give you a lot of hints, but it literally just went through all of the hints went through over my head because I literally forgot about Enigmata this whole time. Enigmata is the Aeon that I mentioned it earlier, right? The Aeon that is the polar opposite of Fully, right? The one who basically wants to hide everything and replace everything with like a false narrative. We are not listening to California Girls. I am good. Okay. Yeah, like, how the hell did I ignore all of the clues about the Enigmata with Evernights? The hell is wrong with me? But yeah, um, Yeah, I guess like Evernight like realizes that the black swan she captured wasn't the actual real black swan, right? It was just a kind of like a mirror of black swan, right? Like a projection of black swan, and essentially Evernight is gonna get out of here and find the actual real black swan and torture her. And essentially, we argue with Evernight about we're not actually gonna freaking go along with her plan, right? Because our plan isn't real, isn't really, let's say, a good plan, right? And I guess I think this is like where she starts to. Well, I guess where she tries to use force, right? And then we have that boss fight against this fuck. This ugly motherfucker. Without, I don't remember. All right, this fight was slightly annoying, right? Because for this fight, you want to use a shield, all right, to work against, to actively work against this mechanic. But I mean, it's still like a very like fine fight. It's not too bad. It's slightly annoying if you don't have a shielder, but or preservation character, but it's not the worst, right? If you have at least one healer. And so, yeah, Seven Knight keeps wanting to, let's say, convince us, right? Because if she can't convince us, she can't really do what she wants, right? Because she needs us to take the core flame of ward bearing. And yeah. And she says that the reason why we should work with her is because in reality, we only really have like a 1% chance of actually succeeding, right, against Iron Tomb and everything we've planned. But what Evernight doesn't realize is that everyone who's playing this is a fucking gacha gamer. And we all live for that 1%. Because the 1% is essentially still just 50-50. It either happens or it doesn't, regardless if it's 1% or 2% or like 0.5. In reality, it's still just a 50-50. You're still flipping a coin. So obviously we're gonna take that 1% and not really care if it's just 1%. Hey, can you accept the flame request? She needs the earth flame. No. I guess if she convinces us, she technically by proxy also convinces Dan Hong, right? So yeah. So yeah. So that's essentially what Avenite wants to do. But luckily, our pink dog comes back. Our pink dog comes back. I already accepted your request. Yeah, a pink dog comes back. What do you mean dog? I mean, wasn't literally one of the first options of like what mem looks like? Wasn't it like pink doggy? Right? But yes, mem comes back, or well, technically Cyrene, and Cyrene comes back with a surprise. Can you reply to me? I said I would do it after stream. Yeah, like starting to get annoying to be honest. Like I already, let's say, gave him the bit of courtesy. Uh, so yeah. So essentially, Mem comes back with the camera, and with the power of Mem and the camera, we are brought to Ades Elysiae, a specifically a memory, a specific, or rather a light cone, right? With the help of Sunday. And I guess this is where we finally see March again. March and Evernight interacting, right? And I guess this is where, if you haven't realized, we learn what Evernight's true intention was, right? That her intention this whole time has always been to protect March 7th, right? That she didn't really care about doing anything else, and that the only reason she did what she did before was because it was like March's last request, and all she wants to do is just protect March because that's all she cares about. Very similar to how, like I said about, it's a very similar relationship between the two series in Impact Third, right? Which I found cute. That it was kind of like reference. Shut the fuck about classic. Yeah, and then I guess this is also where we learned that about how March uh basically hid inside the camera, right? And how we see that she hid inside the Titan, but also specifically in the camera, right? And so then she always like was around us, right? So whenever we took pictures of things, like March would be here to was also there, also experience things bit by bit. How though? How did March hide? Is it not up here? Yes. Is it set here? I guess it's. I guess March used. I mean, the only explanation I can think of is because she is. I know it's not like you could like argue that this is kind of like a, like a recurring thing, but it could just be because she's the child of Anas Rava, right? So she has that affinity towards Oryx and time. That literally could be just the reason, right? I don't think it really is like a deep explanation or anything like that. It's just because of her thing. Yeah, and then us taking pictures is, I guess, what I guess kind of kept March in the loop, right? Of what we were doing, right? So each time we took pictures, March, was aware of like what was happening and could see what was happening and kind of experienced the journey with us, even though we didn't know that she was there. All right. And this is like where it's obvious, right? Where March basically exposes our knights. I think it's here. It is just about the Trailblaze. Yeah. Protecting March by killing fully. Well, that's a thing that comes up later. Actually, no, it can come up at the end of here. Right. Wait, hold on. Yeah, like the Evernight's fatal flaw is that. Yeah, Evernight's fatal flaw is that she cares about March, right? Because there was like very, let's say, multiple different things that Evernight could do, right? To, let's say, deal with Amphoreus' problem. However, a lot of the other, let's say, quote unquote solutions always put March in danger. So that's why she never went for any of them. And she went with this way because this is, a way to preserve March. Yeah. And I guess, yeah, this is like a bit more like, kind of like how, even though when, let's say, Evernight was asleep. Oh, I guess this is kind of like what essentially showing of how like March's soul is, right? Which I guess Evernight always saw, right? Always observed, right? So she essentially also observed all of the journeys we went through in the Trailblaze, right? Yeah. It's I mean, it is nice, right? Because we also seeing the trio again, right? Because when was the last time we saw the trio? The last time we saw the trio was a year ago. I think it was like a year ago actually at the start of 3.0. So it's been some time. So yeah, it's like quite nice, right? It is very nice. Yeah, because this is before I think we head to Penacony. Yeah. No, before we even head to Laufu. Because we were originally going to go to the Laufu. No, we were originally going to go to the Penacony, but then we got like it's a distress call from the Laufu, right? And that's why we went to Laufu first. Yeah. And then this is just, us and us talking to Dan Hung about, these pictures that we should be taking for March, right? Because we're still fulfilling March's wish of taking pictures for her, right? Since she couldn't come, right? So it's like, it is the good feels moment, chat. It is the good feels moments that we finally get with at the end about remembering, I guess, giving us the remembrance of, a simpler time, right? And essentially, this is all, I guess, March convincing Avonite to essentially that she's done enough, right? That Avonite can now leave the reins to March, right? That she should essentially trust her, right? And which is exactly what Avonite does, right? She, in the end, she does leave it to March. And then, Siren then also mentions that Avonite's plan is technically, understandable, but this plan isn't taking something into account. And the one thing she hasn't taken into account is the thing that Sirija did. So Sirija did two things, which I vaguely mentioned earlier. Because Sirija being the demigod of law, well, specifically the Thalaton is important, right? Because Thalaton is the ultimate protocol, which is what runs Iron Tomb, right? It's the core that basically instructs Iron Tomb what to do. And what Herta and Screwlum did is they rewrote the code a bit of of the ultimate protocol a bit to push Iron Tomb's progress back. However, Sarija also added another rule. So it wasn't just that. Sarija added one more thing. And Sarija was, let's say, wary, right? Because, even though we were helping her, how can she be sure that, we're not gonna betray her, right? So what Sarija did was she added a special rule saying that if the Era Nova occurs but not in the usual way, she made it so that Iron Tomb would just destroy everything in Amphoreus. So yeah, destroy everything in the surrounding area. So yeah, everything would have gone to shit, and everyone would have died if um if if Evelyn did what she did. What does it mean? For example, if let's say like the memories of Amphoreus were tampered with, which is what Evernight wanted to do. So Evernight wanted to, start the Era Nova, but by removing the memories of like the Flame Chase journey and everyone before it, right? So the Era Nova would have started, but it would have been altered, right? It would have been messed with. And if that happened, then Cereja's protocol would have activated and killed everyone. Which is it's I mean it's one way. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. She really do be a titan. Not a titan, a tyrant. Evernight. Sorry, not Evernight. Cereja. Yeah, it's yeah, because that's what you don't really find out until now. Because you know that Cereja, let's say, with Herta's and Screwdum's assistance, made a small change to the Ultimate Protocol, right, to push back Iron to him. But the thing that caused Cereja to die was adding that extra law, right? That if the Aeronova didn't happen normally, they would have killed everyone. It happened anyway. I mean, technically, it happened. I mean, the Iron like comes about anyway, right? But if Cereja's protocol actually happened, we wouldn't have had like an opportunity to fight back, which is the different thing. Yeah, this is it. This is the law that Avanite, Sorija added. That if any anomaly occurs during the Era Nova process, all foreign elements will be eliminated immediately, whether it be Remembrance or the Trailblaze. And the 12 core flames will complete the final Era Nova through the purest form of destruction. So yeah, she would have just killed everyone. Yeah. So she just did it just in case, the geniuses or the actual Express betrayed Amphoreus. Which, like, I mean, like I said, right, it's kind of hardcore, if I'm being honest. But yeah. And in the end, yeah, like I said before, right, March understands that, Avernite is, like, very much protective of sorry, not Cyrene, of March 7th, right? But essentially, she appeals to Avernite, right? I know. They are now together. And Evernight, sorry, not Evernight, March 7th is now then back. And then they, test this, right, with the thing that only those three know, right? The three of a kinds, two pairs, ace, ace. And it's a callback. It's a really nice callback to Bellabog. Two wise. Yeah, it's a nice callback to Bellabog, because if you don't remember, back in Bellabog at the start of the story when they were arrested, that was like the key like phrase that they used, right, in preparation for stuff. So only those three knew it, which is like a really nice callback. It's a really nice. It's a cute callback. And then we get this really nice CG. It's a really nice CG. So nice we all pulled. Yeah, we all pulled. Yeah. So yeah. Wait, hold up. Did I? Wait. I think I may have actually done like a few pulls on the Evernight band. Hold up. Star. Did I do any pulls on the Evernight? Okay, no, I did. Wait, hold up. Yes, I did. I did 30 pulls on the Evernight banner, and she didn't. And she chose to not come home. You cannot blame me for that. She chose not to come home in 32 pools. So if anything, it is her fault. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. So we did pull. She was protecting March from you. Fuck you. Imagine, I mean, was there ever a point where I actually properly used March? No, because I never really bothered with Preservation March, and I think with Hunt March, I had Topaz. So I don't really think I ever used March properly. Or like in an actual proper team comp. And I guess then we see like, Evernight like essentially kind of like saying that technically there is no past, right? And that instead that Evernight's gonna use her power of Enigmata, to hide things, and she wipes the name of the pure child of Anasarava from her mind. So March doesn't know anything about that. And this is when you kind of like learn about who the other pure child of Anasarava is, right? Because you can see the pink. Who's the other pink girl here? That obviously being Cyrene. So I think this is when you also realize that, oh, Cyrene's also a child of Anasarava, right? Which is important, chat. And as like I said before, it's important for 3.7. Like, yeah. Give me a sec, chat. Oh my god, wait, what the fuck? One sec, chat. Okay. What do you mean sausage? There's nothing to be sausage about. Okay. So yeah. And I guess this is where if you miss all of the things, like I did, oh, I guess she also then, confirms that, that March's enemy is actually the Garden of Recollection. That the Garden of Recollection is something that March should, be wary of, right? And this is, okay, basically telling March that whenever she needs to, she can always use, Evernight's power, right? And yeah, this is where I think I completely missed it out, right? About Enigmata being Oblivion, that, Evernight being related to the Enigmata. Right. Yeah, okay, like this is okay. I don't know how I missed it. I'm so stupid. Cause yeah, this is like where I actually realized, okay, I don't really want to hear my voice, but like this is what I actually realized. Yeah, this is like like how I'm so stupid. How did I miss this? How did I it was like obvious. It was like, oh, I'm so stupid. Yeah, and I guess I've missed this because we've only really run into the Enigmata twice, right? Once in Penacony when with the Gallagher stuff, and this time it's actually so irritating that I missed this in retrospect, right? Actually irritating that the that missing that the connection between Evernight and the Enigmata. Like there were so many clues. Now that I'm like going over through this. So essentially, that's what happens with the um the Evernight situation is dealt with, right? What's the connection? Well, it's to do with like how a lot of the wording with Oblivion, right? And like the very over the top, well, not really over the top, but the very obsessive hatred to that Evernight had towards the Remembrance and Fully, right? And the only ones who really would really have that, let's say, that intense like animosity towards Fully and the Remembrance would really just be the Enigmata, right? So like, there's a lot of signs, right? And it's just that I missed it somehow. Why does Evernight hate Fully? Okay, now this is something that we'll talk in 3.7. This is something that we'll have to talk in 3.7, and not now, because it has to do with the connection between the child of Anas Rava and Fully. And this section is just of how, I guess, the gathering of like a lot of different forces, right? Of how Herta, it's like getting to her space station. Skrulim is trying to convince his planet, to assist in the fight against Iron Tomb. How we're also getting Laufu's help, specifically Jing Yuan's, and the Gensho Alliance, and also like getting help from like Penacony, right? And one of the interesting things that we learn here is that Jing Yuan tells us is that um, the Matrix of Preservation, I think it's the Matrix of Preservation, but the thing that oh my god, what is her name? Not Ju Fufu, Fushuan, that Fushuan uses, to predict the future. When it's used to predict Amphoreus' future, there is no causality, that they can no longer see the causality of Amphoreus, meaning that you know the time is coming for the climax essentially, and that the future is unknown. Yeah, that the incident in Lewis's calculations is drawing closer to the worlds. Yeah. So yeah, and then I guess this is where the fact about the damage expands further, right? Of how Xander says that the damage never existed, and he says that he is the one that killed the demiurge, right, at the start, so it no longer exists, and that explains a bit about Iron Tomb's origins, right? That he placed Iron Tomb in the scepter, but specifically he gives an analogy of why Iron Tomb would specifically go after news, and he explains it in the sense that he gives an analogy where a he gives this analogy, right, where a sage took a chimera embryo and removed the head before it matured, but he still gave the chimera a stimulus to make it believe that he had a head, that he had a brain, and by continuously giving the headless chimera a stimulus that it had a brain and it had a head, the chimera still ended up growing the skull back, but it had no brain that it never possessed, right? And this is a very similar situation to. It's very similar to. And that in the end, the chimera without a brain, since it kept thinking that it had a brain, it was I guess in its instincts, it wanted to find a head, right? And in the end, killed the sage and seized the sage's brain, right? And ate the sage's brain. And he essentially uses this analogy to explain Iron Tomb, right? Where Xander made it so that Iron Tomb believes, so that the Scepter believes that the Titan existed, that there was the Demiurge, right? But Xander killed the Demiurge, right? And instead, put Iron Tomb inside, so then the Scepter continues to think that there is something there. And when the Scepter is complete, when Iron Tomb is complete, Iron Tomb will try and find a head that it doesn't have, right? And the best head that he can go after is Noose. He will go after Noose, right? That's how he'll essentially control Iron Tomb, right? He killed the Demiurge. That's what he says. He says that he killed the Demiurge at the start. And that's why there is no Demiurge, because he already killed it. Meaning that there was a Demiurge, but he already killed it, right? According to him. And essentially, the reason why freaking Xander even did this is because it can be seen as a way that to prevent history repeating itself, right? Because in a way, by doing this, he can control the Iron Tomb, and so it doesn't go out of control, which is the opposite, which is what happened with Noose, right? Because when he created Noose, he failed to create like any fail safes to control Noose, which then let Noose continually evolve and become an Aeon, right? Yeah, because like an exercise that you're afraid of history repeating itself and losing control over your creation. Yeah. Yeah. And supposedly, the reason why Xander didn't, like, say, ever, why the stuff about the Demiurge was so buried deep inside Xander was because supposedly he forgot about it. Yeah, he supposedly forgot about it. Yeah. Like the genius Xander Kawaba just forgot about the Demiurge. Yeah, like nothing sus about that. Yeah, he just forgot it. Surely, like, he's not lying here, right? And yeah, now that the Evernight situation was dealt with, and we have all the core flames now with us, we can now finish what we started, chats. After 7 patches, we can now fully finish the Flame Chase journey. And I guess this is where Cyrene, I guess, kind of like interacts with supposedly the original Philia, the original Cyrene. And that Cyrene never says anything, right? Because, like, here Cyrene admits that she couldn't recover the, her memories of the 33 million, cycles. But, technically the Cyrene is, I guess you could argue that this Cyrene is a complete Cyrene, if that makes sense. But obviously at this point you don't. Is the complete Cyrene, sorry. But I guess at this point you don't really understand what that means, right? And this is where we, complete the journey. We complete the flame chase journey, and we activate all of the. We activate all of the. All of the core flames, one by one, and everyone gives off like the words towards the end, and we start and activate Genesis, and we essentially kind of go like full loop. We go full loop with the Amphoreus, the 3.0 trailer. Where is it? Is it? Here it is. Now we'll see in a sec. And now everything is complete. On the grand final journey of Genesis. Because we are finally done, chat. We are done with Amphoreus. We get our happy ending. And randomly, okay, we'll see this in a sec. But randomly, now that everything's complete, why did Cyrene become big? Why am I getting true? Why am I looking at true? Fuck you! Oh my god! Oh my god! This fucking okay. Hold on. What the fuck did I say in this moment? What did I say in this moment? Hold on. I am curious. What the fuck did I say here? I know technically it's been only a month since here. The hell did I say here when I saw this? Refresh subtitles. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Literally just reacted the same way as I did back then. Yep. Yep. It was literally just true. It was literally just true, which I kind of like. Uh, and that is 3.7. I guess let's watch the thing, chats. Let us watch this thing. Because we kind of go full circle. Well, not even kind of, we do go full circle here. Oh my lord. It is cool that they do this. It is cool. Mm-hmm. And now with all of the context of Amphoreus to this point, you now fully understand this. Right? You now fully understand this. Just you. No, 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 no. Because it's I guess it's meant to be like a contrast of the first time you see this trailer and then when you see this trailer the next time, right? Since like I said at the start, right, when we started talking about Amphoreus, right? The first time I saw this trailer, the 3.0 trailer, or the Amphoreus preview, this, I was like completely confused, right? Because they were just saying words, right? But like, I didn't understand jack shit, right? Because if you compare this to, let's say, the White Knight for Penacony, you kind of already understood things from that, right? Because it, already gave you hints of bits and bobs there. But with this, nothing. I like couldn't really get anything apart from like these characters, and that's it. A time when you didn't predict the whole story. I mean, I wouldn't say I predicted the whole one for Penacony, but I mean, it's just that the only way I could, let's say, predict things for Amphoreus is using my knowledge of Impact Third, right, and the way variants work, right? Because I already, let's say, had ideas of how, let's say, finance story would, let's say, move about, right? And also a bit of a Glide too, right? Finance, Glide, and Cyrene, right? Because obviously, well, not really a Glide, but Finance and Cyrene, because they were very much, blatant variants of, Elysian Kevin. And the other ones, I could only, let's say, pick bits and pieces, right? I couldn't, let's say, make good predictions. But now, you know, with the knowledge of Amphoreus, like a lot of this makes more sense. Wait, once. Hold up, chat. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. Because, like, for example, right, where the cipher where it says command the frozen fate to flow once again, and that frozen fate obviously referring to the Dawn device, right? Kefle's Dawn device. Yeah, it's like it's nice. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and yeah, it is pretty nice. Uh, it was really nice that I guess they brought this back and fully, right, with all of the Crisis as now visible. Because before it was only up to until Finan. And then here, right, where it doesn't have just have the Crisis S, right? Because you can see Black Swan here, you can see Hertha, you can see Skrullum here, right? You can see all of the ones who are involved in Amphoreus here, not just the Crisis S. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, but then we get this moment. But yeah, that is 3.7 done, chat. Sorry, 3.6 done, chat. That is 3.6 done. Yeah, that it is done. Oh my god, I did not expect. How the fuck did we take 4 hours? What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? Uh, how the hell did I think it would only take me like 2 hours and a half to do this? What is wrong with me? 4 hours for a 6 hour story. Okay, but yeah. So yeah. So I guess tomorrow we'll do finally finish with 3.7 chats. Tomorrow's stream should start at the normal time, I think. Yeah, either it starts at the normal time or maybe it's just slightly earlier. But yeah, I think that is going to be it for today then, chats. That is going to be it for today. 1 p.m. Hell no. Yeah, we're finally gonna be done with them for us. Damn. But yeah, that'll be it for today, chat. So hopefully you guys enjoyed yourselves. Hopefully you guys have a good rest of your day. And I shall see you guys next time. Bye bye, chat. Take care.